Chapter 724, Terrifying Night Spirit. Chapter 724, Terrifying Night Spirit. Go, fight to your heart's content. Su Zimo had nothing to instruct Night Spirit. The commotion caused here was great enough. Almost all the cultivators in Myriad Phenomenon City were alerted to it. Although the nascent souls of the super sects did not show themselves, Su Zimo was certain that they were observing everything from behind the scenes. Su Zimo was not worried that Qian would renege on his words in front of everybody. Night Spirit walked forward slowly from behind Su Zimo. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Instantly, countless gazes locked onto Night Spirit. Many cultivators had puzzled expressions on their faces. What is that demon beast? It looks skinny and frail. The Tao Wu might not even be full eating it. Has Su Zimo already given up? Compared to the mighty and gigantic Tao Wu, Night Spirit looked as minuscule as an ant at the moment. It was as though he could be crushed with a single stomp from the Tao Wu's feet. Furthermore, Night Spirit was unassuming and nobody even noticed him previously. He was way too ordinary. Even the demonic chi he emanated was a faint trace that seemed as though it could be blown away by a gust of wind. Qian narrowed his gaze and stared at Night Spirit for a long time. The black-robed man truly did seem ordinary. However, for some reason, Qian felt his heart race inexplicably. He glanced sideways and whispered, "Elder Hun Yi, can you tell what's the background of that beast?" Perfected Lord Hun Yi shook his head. "I can't." After a moment, he continued, "However, even if it's a pure-blooded ferocious beast, it won't be a match for the Tao Wu." Qian nodded in agreement. Yes, he has a trace of essence blood from the primordial Tao Wu within his body and his physique has strengthened to a frightening degree. He can stand a chance even against the primordial 9 races. Be careful. Qian patted the Tao Wu beneath him and rose into the air. "Don't worry, Master." The Tao Wu said murderously, "I'll definitely bite off this little fella's head and savor it slowly." Swash! The Tao Wu transformed and its gigantic body vanished instantly. It turned into its human form and stood in front of Night Spirit with mocking eyes. "Little fella, you had better revert to your true form or you won't get a chance to do so anymore." The Tao Wu snickered. "As for me, I'll be able to rip you apart using this human body." Everyone knew that demon beasts could take on human form, but their full strength could only be released in their true forms. The fact that the Tao Wu was in human form and yet requested Night Spirit to revert to his true form was an indication of how much it looked down on the latter. However, everyone felt that it was only right. Furthermore, everything felt that even if this ordinary black-robed man reverted to his true form, he would merely struggle a little longer before his eventual death. Night Spirit was emotionless against the Tao Wu's ridicule and his eyes suddenly turned dark. The temperature in the voids dipped instantly. A shuddering killing intent surged. Swash! Night Spirit made his move. In a flash, he vanished from the spot. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. Night Spirit had not changed after 20 years. The murderous aura around him was completely cold and was released the moment he attacked, resembling an endless night that brought forth despair. The Tao Wu transformed into its human form. Night Spirit was not going to mock, ridicule or even bear any thoughts of an undeserved victory. For him, this was merely an opportunity. Night Spirit's mind was only filled with how he could kill his enemies swifter and more efficiently. A black shadow darted by like a phantom. By the time the Tao Wu reacted, Night Spirit was already beside it. It was too fast. The speed, precision of timing and angle caused Su Zimo to feel shocked. Qian's expression changed starkly. How sharp were his eyes? The moment Night Spirit made a move, he had already realized that the Tao Wu was in deep trouble. Night Spirit reached out with outstretched fingers and grabbed from the side of the Tao Wu's body. Groar! The Tao Wu was scared out of its wits and could not help but roar when it saw that it was too late to dodge. Its tendons and bones rang and its blood qi surged as its body expanded. It had reverted to its true form right away. That was a wise decision. If it tried to dodge and was a step slower, it would have been turned into a corpse. Layers of thick fur lined the Tao Wu's body. The fur was shiny and bright, resembling a metal gauze that was stacked layer upon layer such that even supreme-grade spirit weapons could not penetrate it. There was even less chance of its flesh being injured. A flash of blood appeared. Night Spirit scratch tore through the Tao Wu's defense and ripped of a piece of flesh from its massive body. Howl! The Tao Wu howled in pain and shuddered. Thankfully, it reacted in time and its body expanded after it reverted to its true form while his flesh turned firmer. Because of that, Night Spirit's attack deviated slightly from its original position and the Tao Wu's tendons and bones were not injured. If it was a bit slower, its abdomen would have been torn by Night Spirit's scratch. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. That scene had truly exceeded their expectations. Nobody expected the primordial ferocious beast, the Tao Wu, to be the one injured the moment they fought. Roar! The Tao Wu howled in rage and twisted its body, raising the 4 sharp horns on its head before thrusting towards Night Spirit violently. Its bloodline churned and the 4 sharp horns turned incomparably grisly, resembling burning spears. Blood qi gushed out stream after another. Its blood qi was intensifying. Many cultivators had grim expressions and were secretly shocked. The power released by the Tao Wu could even destroy the golden core phenomenons of most of the cultivators present. Night Spirit had a gold gaze and did not bother to take the 4 incoming horns head-on. He shuddered and his body turned extremely light all of a sudden as he pushed against the sharp horns and arrived on the head of the Tao Wu. The Tao Wu's expression changed. Night Spirit did not give the Tao Wu a chance to react and punched it viciously on the head like a hammer. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Crack! 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 The jarring sound of bones cracking echoed. All the cultivators present felt their scalps prickle and hairs stand on end when they heard the sound. It was too ruthless. As a primordial ferocious beast, the Tao Wu's bones were probably tougher than perfect spirit weapons. But now, they were shattered by Night Spirit's bare hands. Ah! It was no wonder why the Tao Wu was a primordial ferocious beast. Despite its severe injuries such that its brain juice was seeping out, its body was still producing a tremendous amount of life force. The Tao Wu's eyes were bloodshot and its blood qi surged into its mind. It reached out with its massive palm and grabbed for Night Spirit at the top of its head in a deranged manner. A single punch, that was all. Night Spirit's figure had already disappeared. Like a phantom, a shadow slid down the gap between the Tao Wu's neck and arrived at the bottom before striking. The process of leaping onto the Tao Wu's head for a punch before sliding down to its throat was fluid as water without any sluggishness. It was clean and precise. Night Spirit stretched his hand like a dagger and thrust it into the Tao Wu's throat. When he pulled his palm out, it was stained with blood. It seemed like he had grabbed a twitching python that was filled with blood and billowing with steam. The Tao Wu's throat was crushed and Night Spirit had even pulled its windpipe out. It was way too savage. Pust. Pust. Gasps could be heard all around. Chapter 725, No Other Choice Than to Kill You. Chapter 725, No Other Choice Than to Kill You. Boom! The massive body of the Tao Wu could not hold on any longer and fell onto the ground heavily, causing dust to rise everywhere. Streams of grisly blood flowed from beneath its body. It was over. The head of the Tao Wu was smashed apart and brain juice seeped. Its life was completely severed with its windpipe pulled out, even a deity could not save it. Night Spirit stood silently at the side with an extremely calm expression, his body drenched in fresh blood. It was as though he had just killed an ant, not a primordial ferocious beast. The entire process happened too quickly. It was especially so for Night Spirit's final 2 killing moves. Even perfected Lord Hun Yi could not react to it, let alone the Golden Cores who were watching. What was even more shocking was that Night Spirit had not reverted to his true form the entire time. This meant that Night Spirit was not using his full strength. Even until now, nobody knew what Night Spirit's true form was or what race he was from. Gazing at the lifeless Tao Wu, Dian was silent and his expression was frighteningly grim. "Beast, how dare you? Kill him!" The cultivators of Chaos Essence sect were enraged and yelled one after another, some of them even withdrew their flying swords from their storage bags. Su Zimo shielded Night Spirit behind him and glared at Dian alone with a scorching gaze. This gambit was suggested by Dian. He had to acknowledge it in front of everyone. Dian was the top of the previous phenomenon ranking and was lauded as the #1 Golden Core. If he reneged on his words, his reputation would be tarnished. This was the true meaning of swallowing one's indignance. He could only endure as he watched his spirit beast die. Dian raised his hand gently. That single action caused the air in the void to turn stale and the pressure in everyone's hearts mounted. The noisy cultivators of Chaos Essence sect shut their mouths instantly. Complete silence overwhelmed the long street. Even though it was a setback, he was still the peerless #1 perfected being that looked down on the entire world. A single action from him was enough to suppress everything. "Release him," Dian said slowly without any emotions. None of the Chaos Essence sect cultivators behind him dared to disobey his words and untied the silver rope on Mingzhen obediently before releasing the latter. Mingzhen staggered and Su Zimo rushed up to support him. "Thank you, Zimo." Now that Su Zimo had returned to the secular world, Mingzhen could not call him junior brother any longer. Furthermore, their relationship was considered as a secret and outsiders did not know about it. Mingzhen lowered his head. The fact that Su Zimo was dragged into this affair caused the innocent young monk to feel a sense of guilt. Su Zimo did not say much and merely patted Mingzhen gently on the shoulder. He withdrew a few bottles of elixirs from his storage bag and passed them over. "Take these elixirs to stabilize your condition and deal with the injuries first." Mingzhen nodded and received them. Dian stood in the air and looked down at Su Zimo and Night Spirit with a chilling gaze. He did not hide his killing intent at all. Everyone could sense that Dian was truly enraged at the moment. "Su Zimo, this is considered your victory." After a suffocating silence, Dian finally spoke slowly, "However, I'll use your fresh blood as a tribute for my spirit beast. You, and you." Dian pointed to everyone beside Su Zimo and said word by word, "I'll have all of you guys buried together with it. None of you shall escape." All the cultivators around looked at Su Zimo's group with pity in their eyes. Needless to say, it was a tragedy for them to be targeted by such a terrifying existence. "Pooey." Monkey spat in Dian's direction with disdain. "Ha." Little Fatty was optimistic by nature and broke into laughter while pouting his lips. "Dian, you are strong and I'm not your match. However, Myriad Phenomenon City has its own rules. You can't possibly attack me here, right? I'll stay in the city from now on. Let's see who's afraid of whom." Private duels were forbidden in Myriad Phenomenon City. Even with his torrential hatred, it was inconvenient for Dian to attack. Dian was expressionless as he replied indifferently, "It doesn't matter, mark my words today, you will eventually leave this city. No matter where you guys end up after today in any corner of the universe, I'll definitely hunt you down relentlessly." The void was filled with a murderous intent when he said that. Even the cultivators watching in the vicinity shuddered in fright, let alone Little Fatty's group. There would be no peace in the future after being targeted by someone this terrifying. One could barely even take a peaceful nap. Nobody had any doubts about Di Yin's capabilities. Throughout history, he was the only monster incarnate that inherited the legacy phenomenon of the human emperor. Once he exits the ancient battlefield and advanced to the nascent soul realm, a golden core of his level would definitely be undefeated in the nascent soul realm as well. At that time, nobody of the same level could stop him. With that said, Di Yin turned and flew into the distance without looking at Su Zimo's group. In that case, I've got no other choice but to kill you. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded, but it shook the entire world. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes of disbelief turned toward Su Zimo. Despite Di Yin's domineering words and threat, Su Zimo could refute with a statement against the former without losing out in aura. Su Zimo did not conceal his killing intent as well and pointed at Di Yin directly. You? Kill me? Di Yin froze as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. He laughed with a mocking gaze while shaking his head. That's right. Su Zimo said slowly with a firm voice, I'm going to kill you. You don't have to search in every corner of the universe, I'll do it right here in Myriad Phenomenon City. Di Yin threatened Little Fatty and the others. Since that was the case, Su Zimo was going to kill this threat preemptively. Everyone was stunned. Fighting was forbidden in Myriad Phenomenon City and there was no chance for the two of them to engage in a battle. How could Su Zimo kill Di Yin? Di Yin pondered for a moment and understood what Su Zimo was implying. You want to kill me? Sure. He sneered, I'll await you at the peak of Myriad Phenomenon Peak. We'll talk about it if you're worthy to come up. Everyone was enlightened. That was the only chance for them to fight. As long as they were on the same stone step, Enigma Palace will host a fight to determine the victor and the eventual ranking of the phenomenon ranking. Frog in the well, you don't even know who you're challenging. By the time that voice sounded, Di Yin's figure had already disappeared at the end of the long street. Although Su Zimo is the strongest monster incarnate in history, isn't he way too cocky? It's not so easy ascending the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. That's right, even Di Yin had to stop at the 100th step 100 years ago. We don't even know if this guy is stronger than Di Yin, but he went ahead and declared that he wanted to kill the latter. That just shows his ignorance. The stronger the paragons, the smaller the difference in their strengths. It's already difficult enough for them to win one another, let alone kill one another. He did not even manage to kill Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace, so how is he going to kill Di Yin? What a joke. The surrounding cultivators dispersed and discussions could be heard faintly. Su Zimo merely smiled nonchalantly when he heard their remarks. No matter what, he resolved something on his mind by saving Mingzhen today. As for his feud with Di Yin, the outcome will naturally be revealed at the fight for the phenomenon ranking 2 months later. Chapter 726, Start of the Phenomenon Ranking. Chapter 726, Start of the Phenomenon Ranking. Su Zimo's group returned to the palace of Snowdrift Valley. Along the way, he had a vague understanding of what Mingzhen experienced for the past few days. As Su Zimo had expected, although they were separated, Mingzhen's cultivation base was firm and his strength was immense. He had also made up for his lack of battle experience in the past few years. Although he met with many ferocious beasts and ancient living beings along the way, he got out unharmed. Mingzhen wore simple monk robes and merely muttered a Buddhist proclamation softly each time he came across a crowd before keeping his distance. He was truly someone with no desires and at peace. Naturally, most cultivators would not attack him for no reason as well. During this period of time, he caught sight of cultivators taking advantage of a female cultivator and truly could not let it pass by. Because of that, he took the initiative to attack and injured someone from the fiend sections. Su Zimo understood from Mingzhen's description. The fiend sect cultivator was not a nobody. If he was not wrong, that should be Shengguanyu, the fiend heir of one of the 7 fiend sects, Cloud Rain sect. He could be considered as an acquaintance as well. Back beneath the human emperor's palace, Shang Guanyu was nearly killed by Su Zimo and escaped with severe injuries. To think that he would have entered the intermediate ancient battlefield 20 years later as well. Cloud Rain sect placed emphasis on the Tao of origin and was free from the bindings of men and women. There were no restrictions on their bodies and souls as they engaged in sexual intercourse, fusing yin and yang. Unfortunately, Shang Guanyu came across Mingzhen. Mingzhen had a pure heart and spent his days reciting sutras and studying Buddhism and Zen. His mind was clear and his heart was flawless. Even if Demoness Ji and Little Fox made a move at the same time, it would be difficult to stir Mingzhen's heart, let alone Cloud Rain sect. Not long after, Mingzhen met Di Yin. The two of them had a conflict at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley previously. Naturally, there was no way Di Yin would let him off. Mingzhen was still too inexperienced against Di Yin. He was captured alive before he could even release his Golden Core phenomenon. The fight for the Golden Core phenomenon ranking starts 2 months later. Rest well and recover from your injuries first. Su Zimo exited after settling Mingzhen down. He gazed at a tightly shut cultivation room in the distance with a worried expression and sighed. Xiaoning had cooped herself in the room for the past few days and had lost weight, but she refused to come out. Su Zimo did not know how he should console her either. The deeper one's attachments were, the harder it was to sever them. The more pain one would feel after they were severed. Nobody else could help Xiaoning, she was on her own. Furthermore, Su Zimo was enduring immense pressure at the moment as well. It was not merely because of Di Yin. There were many hostile super sects and factions in Myriad Phenomenon City. Zephyr Thunder Palace was bent on getting their hands on the Purple Thunder Manual and would definitely not let him off. And now, apart from Zephyr Thunder Palace, Clear Wind Temple and Purple Firmament sect that stood out and tested him together upon his entry into the city, nothing else had happened. Su Zimo believed that the super sects would not let things go so easily. Nascent souls could attack freely in Myriad Phenomenon City. Indirectly, that gave rise to many more variables. That was not all. Su Zimo had something else on his mind. Nian Qi's whereabouts. At the same time, Nian Qi's background involved an even more frightening faction, the God Race. Even perfected Lord Luo Shui's expression changed starkly at the mention of the God Race. What was the reason for the God Race's appearance in the ancient battlefield? There was also Night Spirit. Night Spirit had not shown his true form at all. Even when he fought against the Tao Wu, he merely fought in his human form. On the one hand, it could be interpreted such that Night Spirit could kill the Tao Wu without reverting to his true form. On the other hand, it could also mean that Night Spirit had reservations about it. There were many signs that caused Su Zimo to lean towards the latter. However, what was Night Spirit concerned about? Would he get into huge trouble if he reverted to his true form? The culmination of many things weighed down on Su Zimo's heart. Myriad Phenomenon City entered a state of peace after Night Spirit killed the Tao Wu. However, as time passed by, the atmosphere within the city turned increasingly repressed and tense, even suffocating. It was like the calm before the storm. A storm was brewing. Another 15 days passed. Finally, a piece of news that broke the peace of Myriad Phenomenon City arrived. The fight for the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking was going to start in 3 days' time. Compared to the original timeline, it was brought forward by an entire month. Although many cultivators discussed it, nobody knew the reason. 3 days later, morning. At daybreak, figures sped towards the Myriad Phenomenon peak one after another in the city. A grand occasion like this only happened one every 100 years, nobody would miss it even if they were not taking part. Su Zimo and the others gathered in the palace of Snowdrift Valley, prepared to leave. The doors of a cultivation room opened with a creak. Everyone turned towards the sound. Unexpectedly, Xiaoning had come forth as well. This was the first time that she had left the cultivation room during this period of time. Her face looked paler and her cheeks and body became skinnier as well. Yet, it seemed as though she had let go of something today and her eyes were livelier and brighter. "Xiaoning?" Su Zimo asked tenderly, as though he was afraid of alarming her. Xiaoning smiled gently. "Brother, I'm fine." Su Zimo was relieved when he saw Xiaoning's smile as he heaved a deep breath. "Sister Xiaoning, it's great that you're all right. All of us have been worried about you during this period of time and we hoped that you would recover as soon as possible." Little Fox walked forward and wrapped around Xiaoning's arm gently. Little Fatty, Leng Ro, Ji Qingtian and the others were relieved and had encouraging looks in their eyes. Xiaoning's eyes were slightly red as she bowed deeply to everyone. "I've caused all of you to worry during this period of time. Everything will be fine now that you've overcome this." Ji Qingtian said warmly, "Those in the past have already left, but you have to cherish those around you so that you won't have any further regrets." In all fairness, the sibling relationship between Su Zimo and Xiaoning was something that everyone envied. By this point of their cultivations, their kin had passed away a long time ago and they were almost severed from mortal ties. The relationship between the siblings was something extremely rare in the cruel world of cultivators. "Let's go, we'll ascend the path of the past today and check out the talents of the world." Su Zimo was in high spirits seeing that Xiaoning was fine. He waved and led everyone out of Snowdrift Valley towards the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. The Myriad Phenomenon Peak was 108,000 foot tall and its peak extended into the clouds. It was difficult to see the top with one's eyes. The mountain gave off a majestic aura that was ancient. For countless years, it witnessed the rise and fall of many paragons and the making of history. Any cultivator would seem incomparably significant compared to the mountain. A massive, dense crowd of cultivators gathered in midair and sped towards Myriad Phenomenon Peak. The fight for the phenomenon ranking this time round was unusually intense. Of the 9 immortal sects, apart from Glass Palace that was destroyed by Su Zimo, paragons from the other 8 were present. They were either classy, graceful, cold or casual in their bearings. Of the 7 fiend sects, apart from the fiend heir of 7 kills sect that was killed by Su Zimo, paragons of the other 6 were present. They were either menacing, murderous, bewitching or nefarious in their bearings. Of the 6 Buddhist monasteries, apart from the paragon of Dapamkara Monastery, paragons of the other 5 were present. They were either dignified, noble, pure or filled with the glow of Buddha in their bearings. Chapter 727, 16 Perfected Lords. Chapter 727, 16 Perfected Lords. Before long, a dense crowd of cultivators was gathered at the Myriad Phenomenon Peak. It was a black, massive crowd that contained at least 100,000 people. Among them, Su Zimo caught sight of a few familiar faces. The first one he noticed was Dean of Chaos Essence Sect. No matter where he was, that man was bedazzling and brilliant. The two of their gazes met in midair and sparks flew. Dean smirked coldly before turning over. Apart from Dean, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace was present as well. Su Cheng had a grim expression and glared at Su Zimo coldly, harumphing to himself. Wu Feng of Purple Firmament Sect and Duan Qingping of Clear Wind Temple were present too. After 20 years, the aura of Hang Qiuyu from Sword Sect turned even sharper and his eyes shone with a blinding sword light. Hang Qiuyu held immense hatred toward Su Zimo as well. Sensing something, Su Zimo turned and caught sight of another person. The person had black hair and wore black robes. His face was pale, stoned and expressionless as he walked silently through the crowd with a sheathed long sword in his hands. He was not fast. It was more like a stroll as he walked step by step. He had no followers, no sect mates and merely walked forward alone with his sword. The reason why this man's presence could be felt from the crowd was because the edge he gave off was comparable to Hang Qiuyu's. If Hang Qiuyu was someone whose edge and sharpness was completely exposed, this man was completely reserved. Dugu Jian. He was someone from one of the 4 great gentry clans of the North region. During the fight for the vermilion fruit in the great Qian ruins, despite being a stranger, this man helped Su Zimo and crippled the successor of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect. Dugu Jian paused in his tracks and looked over, as though he could sense Su Zimo's gaze. Su Zimo smiled gently and gestured with a nod of his head. Although Dugu Jian was expressionless, his eyes seemed to stir for a brief moment before he retracted his gaze and continued towards the myriad phenomenon peak. From the fiend sects, apart from the notorious Ren Tu of Azura sect, Peng Yu of Overlord Palace was also rather prominent. Peng Yu was a head taller than other cultivators and carried a gigantic black spear on his shoulder. He strode like a brute and was absolutely menacing with a fierce gaze. Before long, Peng Yu caught sight of Su Zimo as well. Surprisingly, he was not hostile towards Su Zimo and even grinned while cupping his fists from a distance. Su Zimo returned the greeting with cupped fists as well. Apart from the paragons, the most striking thing around the myriad phenomenon peak was 16 white clouds that hovered in midair. Above each cloud was a cultivator in a lotus position that gave off a shuddering aura. There were 16 nascent souls. Through their attires and the sect badges on their waists, the backgrounds of the 16 nascent souls could be seen easily. Among them, from the 9 immortal sects, apart from Glass Palace, nascent souls from the remaining sects, Heavenly Dipper sect, Snowdrift Valley, Purple Firmament sect, Chaos Essence sect, Clear Wind Temple, Zephyr Thunder Palace, Sword sect and Soaring Feather sect, were here to watch the battle. Those 8 white clouds were relatively closer to one another. Perfected Lord Luo Shui was among them. As for the 7 fiend sects, only 2 nascent souls from Azura sect and Overlord Palace were present. From the 6 Buddhist monasteries, apart from Dapamkara Monastery, nascent souls from the other 5, Dapamkara Monastery, Hollow Monastery, Formless Monastery, Wisdom Monastery and Clear Heart Nunnery, were present. There were a total of 15 nascent souls from the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sections. On the 16th cloud, a grey-robed cultivator with fluttering robes sat. He held a feather fan and looked out of this world. Su Zimo's gaze shifted towards Lin Xuanji who was nearby. That's Perfected Lord Yujun of Enigma Palace. His cultivation is unfathomable and he's also the host for the Golden Core Phenomenon ranking this time round. Suddenly, a tender voice sounded. A fragrance wafted over and a beautiful young girl appeared beside Su Zimo. Dressed in pink, her eyes were brightly clear and she looked naive and innocent, as though she was younger than Little Fox. Little Fatty and the others were shocked and retreated immediately. They did not dare to look over and their eyes were filled with cautiousness. Although the girl looked harmless, she was the pure maiden of the fiend sects who could bewitch the masses. Even women could fall into her trap if they were careless, let alone men. Su Zimo glanced sideways and smiled. You're here too. Of course, how can I be missing from a crowd as such? Demoness Ji snickered. Even without Ji Yaoshue, the relationship between them would not be superficial as well. Back when the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects grouped up against Su Zimo beneath the Human Emperor's palace, this young girl was the only one who stood by his side without any hesitation. Su Zimo did not care about what she meant by referring to him as her tripod. Even if he had to be her tripod, he was willing to since she chose to stand by him given those circumstances. He did not have many friends. No matter what, she was one of them. The impact of the battle beneath the Human Emperor's palace 20 years ago was too great. Demoness Ji raised her chin sorrowfully. Although previous fights for the phenomenon rankings were intense as well, there weren't so many famous nascent souls present to watch and control the situation. Everything is because of you. Huh? Su Zimo was surprised. Initially, he thought that it was a common sight for nascent souls to arrive at Myriad Phenomenon City. Demonis G looked at the 16 clouds in midair and said, "The nascent souls sitting there are not weak sealers in their twilight years." Su Zimo could tell that as well. The nascent souls on the clouds were all filled with vitality and life. It was clear that they were in their prime. Demonis G continued, "Not only that, apart from perfected Lord Yujun of Enigma Palace, the remaining 15 nascent souls are powerful experts that are famous in parts of Tianhuang mainland. Perfected Lord Luo Shui of Snowdrift Valley, perfected Lord Hun Yi of Chaos Essence Sect, perfected Lord Bei Do of Heavenly Dipper Sect, none of them are nobodies." Su Zimo was even more puzzled as he asked, "What has their appearance here got to do with me?" "It's because of that battle beneath the human emperor's palace 20 years ago." Demonis G replied, "Don't think that it was nothing much because it was a fight between Foundation establishment cultivators. It caused quite a huge stir among the super sections. Paragons groomed by the super sects were killed and injured after that battle. I presume that the presence of these top-tier nascent souls is to prevent something similar from happening." Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He had a vague feeling that things weren't as simple as that. His spirit perception was exceptionally sharp. On the surface, it looked like those nascent souls were high and above, sitting on their clouds while engaging in idle, casual conversations. None of their gazes were locked on him. However, he had been here for less than 15 minutes but he already sensed more than 20 spirit consciousnesses sweeping past him. Demonis G said, "If this was in the past, given the way the fiend sects conducted themselves, they wouldn't have bothered sending nascent souls into the ancient battlefield. But now, even Azura sect and Overlord Palace sent people here." Sensing the worries in Su Zimo's heart, Demonis G chuckled. "You don't have to worry, none of them will dare to behave recklessly with Enigma Palace in charge. Everyone, please be silent." Suddenly, a voice sounded in midair. Although it was neither loud nor soft, it was transmitted to every single corner of Myriad Phenomenon City. Chapter 728, You Are What You Think. Chapter 728, You Are What You Think. The voice of perfected Lord Yujun sounded. It seemed to possess an inexplicable pressure as the 100,000-odd cultivators gathered around the Myriad Phenomenon peak quietened down before long. The rules of Phenomenon ranking fight are divided into two parts, the elimination battle and the eventual ranking battle. I won't elaborate on the details. Cultivators that could arrive in Myriad Phenomenon City were mostly paragons of the various major sects and factions. Even if there were itinerant cultivators, they would have asked about the generic rules earlier on. Perfected Lord Yujun said deeply, "I'll only emphasize on one thing. When Fairy Ling long established the Phenomenon ranking in the past, her intentions were not for humans to fight and kill one another. All of you must remember that. Indeed, the format of ascending the Myriad Phenomenon peak would avoid a lot of needless bloodshed and injuries. That was the cleverness of Fairy Ling Long. In the chaotic ancient era, the death of a single paragon was an immense loss for the human race." When perfected Lord Yujun said that, he swept his gaze across Su Zimo and Di-In. His intentions were clear. Di-In smirked coldly and snorted. In his heart, Su Zimo was not worthy to be named together with him by perfected Lord Yujun. Fufu. On another cloud, perfected Lord Hun Yi of Chaos Essence Sect chuckled softly. "As you've mentioned, fellow Taoist Yujun, Fairy Ling Long established the Phenomenon ranking for us humans. However," he paused briefly and changed the topic with a hint of killing intent, "there seems to be a demon mixed in with our human cultivators below. There were many demon beasts below but most of them were spirit beast mounts for the paragons and would not take part in the Phenomenon ranking." It was obvious who perfected Lord Hun Yi was referring to as the demon. He did not beat around the bush at all and all the cultivators below heard everything loud and clear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless gazes turned around and instantly, many gazes were locked on Su Zimo. The pressure on him intensified. Perfected Lord Tian Ming of Zephyr Thunder Palace said coolly, "Fellow Daoist Yu Jun, when did a beast gain the rights to take part in the phenomenon ranking?" Amitba. Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery chanted a Buddhist proclamation and said softly, "If that is true, we must not let the demon take part in the fight for the phenomenon ranking." Monk Ju Chen of Diamond Monastery was defeated by Su Zimo 20 years ago, sowing a feud between them. The Purple Thunder Manual was in Su Zimo's hands and Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace was even nearly killed. There was no way Zephyr Thunder Palace would let Su Zimo off. Now that the Immortal sects, Chaos Essence Sect and Zephyr Thunder Palace, were not bothered to hide their intentions, Diamond Monastery seized the opportunity to join in. Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. He was clearer than anyone about his body. He was a human. However, because he cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, there was an inner core in his chest. There was no way he could explain that. Previously, before Daiyu left, she did not wish for Su Zimo to continue cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It was probably because she had anticipated something as such happening to him in the future. Perfected Lord Luo Shui frowned. She wanted to help Su Zimo, but if he had no way of explaining or proving this, there was nothing she could do about it. Little Fatty and the others were anxious internally. However, they did not even have the rights to speak regarding this matter. The situation would only get worse if they tried to explain it. Actually, it's really simple. Perfected Lord Beidou of Heavenly Dipper Sect smiled gently and said with an indifferent expression. Since a demon has infiltrated the cultivators, all we have to do is kill it and everything will be settled. Although he said everything with a relaxed tone, it was shuddering. Little Fatty and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. At that moment, they finally realized that the super sects and major factions in Myriad Phenomenon City did not merely want to strip away Su Zimo's rights to partake in the phenomenon ranking. All of them wanted his life. The heavens cherish life, you are too deep in your desires to kill, fellow Taoists. Monk Yuan Kong of Hollow Monastery sighed gently. Buddhists are compassionate by nature. I've got a suggestion to make. Finally, a nascent soul was willing to speak up for Su Zimo. Little Fatty and the others were invigorated. Su Zimo was expressionless. He could not sense any benevolence in the eyes of the monk. Monk Yuan Kong continued, all lives are equal. Even if Patron Su is a demon, there's no need to take his life. Furthermore, he might have merely veered onto the wrong path. As long as he repents and lay down the butcher's knife, there's a chance he can return to the path of righteousness. Perfected Lord Tian Ming of Zephyr Thunder Palace asked with a fake smile, Reverend, how should he repent and lay down the butcher's knife? All Patron Su has to do is remove the inner core from his body, that will do, Monk Yuan Kong said with a smile. Little Fatty and the others were shocked when they heard that. Devious. Although Monk Yuan Kong seemed like he was speaking up for Su Zimo, he was even more venomous and savage. Removal of the inner core will definitely lead to severe injuries. Notwithstanding his inability to fight for the phenomenon ranking thereafter, how long could Su Zimo live for given that he was surrounded by enemies and cultivators that coveted his possessions? He. Perfected Lord Chu Yu of Overlord Palace sneered and mocked, what a sanctimonious expression. Su Zimo's gaze was ice-cold and he said nothing. The killing intent in his heart was already suppressed to its limits. It was impossible if they wanted to dig out his inner core. Little Fatty and the others were infuriated and cursed internally, but none of them dared to say anything. No matter what, they were against nascent souls. In Myriad Phenomenon City, nascent souls had absolute killing power. Reverend, you are wrong. Suddenly, a voice sounded from within the crowd. It caused an uproar, like a rock that caused a tsunami. Everyone below were golden cores. Which golden core would dare to refute a nascent soul's words so tactlessly? Everyone turned towards the sound. A young monk walked forward from behind Su Zimo. It was Ming Zhen. Little Fatty and the others watched with widened eyes as their jaws almost fell to the ground. Even though they were displeased, they merely cursed in their hearts. However, Ming Zhen actually stood out and refuted Monk Yuan Kong in front of everyone. In reality, Little Fatty and the others did not know Ming Zhen well enough. Ming Zhen spent his days at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley away from the secular world and had a pure heart. To him, what was right and what was wrong was wrong. It did not matter what was the other person's identity, sect or faction. Be it nascent souls, void reversions or even Mahayana patriarchs, Ming Zhen would point out their errors. Reverend, if you want to remove Zimo's inner core, it is no longer pity, but cruelty. Ming Zhen said deeply, lay down the butcher's knife and you shall become Buddha instantly. The intention of that saying is for people to lay down the knife in their hands and in their hearts as well. However, Reverend, your suggestion is not for the other party to lay down the butcher's knife, but to sever the arm which he wields the knife with. When you made that suggestion, the butcher's knife in your heart has already appeared in your hands. Perhaps you might not have been able to see it, but your appearance earlier on was frightening and menacing like a malevolent ghost. In Buddhism, we believe that you are what you think. Reverend, you've become a fiend. Bravo! Su Zimo lamented internally, secretly in awe. Every single word was perfect and pinpointed the flaws. Those words were like sharp swords that stabbed the Tao heart of Monk Yuan Kong. Even the dozens of nascent souls present were secretly amazed and looked fixedly at Ming Zhen at the bottom with bright eyes, let alone Su Zimo. Chapter 729, Dapamkara Monastery, Monk Yin Lu. Chapter 729, Dapamkara Monastery, Monk Yin Lu. The golden cores present were shocked at Ming Zhen's boldness in standing forth to refute nascent souls. Rather than refute, he was lecturing. He was lecturing a nascent soul as a golden core. However, the shock from perfected Lord Yu Jun and the others was because Ming Zhen's words contained supreme wisdom. A few accomplished monks of the Buddhist monasteries were stunned. Monk Yuan Kong's expression turned extremely grim. His cultivation and combat strength was far superior to Ming Zhen. However, an argument of words was a comparison of their understanding of the obscurities in Buddhism, a comparison between their wisdom and their enlightenment towards Buddhism and Zen. In that respect, Monk Yuan Kong had lost. He could not refute or argue against Ming Zhen's point at all. That was because in the depths of his heart, he was clear that he had truly harbored evil intentions and wanted to kill. Now that Ming Xian exposed him, even his Tao heart was shaken within a few sentences. Inexperienced young monk, even if you began cultivating in your mother's womb, how many sutras have you read? How many Zen mantras have you comprehended? Do you know what compassion and cruelty are? Do you know what is good and evil? Monk Yuan Kong's expression darkened as he shouted. In fact, Monk Yuan Kong used the power of Sanskrit from the Buddhist monasteries in that shout. Although it did not have the same might as the Daming True Sutra, he was a nascent soul after all, and there was even a fluctuation of dharmic power in the void that was shuddering. All the cultivators could sense that Monk Yuan Kong was truly angered. Caught off guard, Ming Zhen shuddered from the impact of the Sanskrit and his face turned pale. However, there was no fear in his bright eyes as he said word by word, there is no distinction between experience in learning. Those that arrive at the truth are the masters. His counter was truly impressive. Although it was merely 2 sentences, they poked at Monk Yuan Kong's weakness once more. If Little Fatty was the one who said it, that sentence would become, although you are old, Monk Yuan Kong, you've wasted your time living like a dog. Even I can be your master. The hearts of everyone in Su Zimo's group sank. Monk Yuan Kong was lectured by a golden core in front of everyone to a point where he was helpless to refute. He was completely disgraced. Right now, he was on the verge of going berserk. Ming Zhen was bound to be killed with his rebuttal. You have a death wish. Indeed, Monk Yuan Kong's eyes widened menacingly. Boom! Enraged, he extended his massive palm with outstretched fingers. Dermic powers surged in midair and a massive hand that blanketed the skies was formed. It crushed down towards Ming Zhen on the ground and the void quaked with a shuddering might. That was an attack of a nascent soul. The golden cores on the ground sensed a gigantic shadow shrouding over and instantly, there was a suffocating, immense pressure. If that was the case for the golden cores outside the area of effect, it was hard to imagine the type of pressure Ming Zhen was experiencing targeted by Monk Yuan Kong. Ming Zhen grunted dully and blood oozed from the corner of his lips. Apart from Monk Yuan Kong, there were 4 other perfected lords from the Buddhist monasteries in the air. However, the 4 of them were either expressionless, lowering their heads or ignoring everything. Although they knew that Monk Yuan Kong was bullying the other party out of his embarrassment, the other 4 perfected lords of the Buddhist monasteries had no intention of helping out. It was truly not a wise choice to offend Monk Yuan Kong for the sake of an unknown monk. They considered their own interests rather than what was right. That was also the most precious thing about Ming Zhen. This was an affair of the Buddhist monasteries. However, if even those of the Buddhist monasteries were sitting by idly, there was even less reason for the Immortal and Fiend sects to interfere. Furthermore, Ming Zhen was on Su Zimo's side. The nascent souls from the Immortal sects were gloating over his misfortune internally. A green figure flashed past and shielded Ming Zhen, blocking half of the incoming pressure. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and his gaze was dazzling. Killing intent spewed wildly and his black hair danced as the blood qi in his body surged. His golden core spun wildly, he was fully prepared for a fight. There was no way he would sit by idly and watch Ming Zhen be suppressed, nor would he be captured without putting up a fight. Golden Core Phenomenon Ranking, Ancient Phenomenon Steel, amazing rewards. He no longer wanted them nor could he be bothered as well. Since they were so overbearing, he would kill them with his might first. Perfected Lord Yujun frowned slightly. Just as he was about to raise his hand and stop things, he sensed something. His gaze landed not far away in the crowd and shone for a moment before he put down his hand once more. Amitba. A flare popped up in midair accompanied by a Buddhist proclamation and stopped the gigantic hand of dermic power from Monk Yuan Kong. Whoosh! Although the flare seemed so feeble that it could be extinguished by a casual gust of wind, it blazed instantly when it made contact with Monk Yuan Kong's dermic power palm. Crackle! The flare spread and burned with dermic power, surging into the skies. Monk Yuan Kong's expression changed starkly and he retracted his palm. Even so, he was a half-step slower and a spark landed on his sleeves, burning it into ashes instantly. The flames did not extinguish and continued blazing towards his arm. Monk Yuan Kong's eyes shone with a cold glint and he bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a stream of essence blood. Extinguish! He hollered and the stream of essence blood exploded in midair, forming a grisly blood mist that poured down on his arm. Shing! The flames on his arm were extinguished with green smoke. Monk Yuan Kong let out a long breath of air. If he had reacted slower, his arm might have been gone. That split moment caused him to break out in cold sweat. Su Zimo suppressed the killing intent in his heart momentarily when he noticed what happened. It seemed like there was a chance for the situation to reverse from an irreconcilable state. The nascent souls in midair frowned when they looked at the flare hovering in midair. Clearly, they knew the background of the flare and gazed around. Monk Yuan Kong came to his senses gradually and scanned the place, barking with a grim expression, "Monk Yin Lu, get out." A young monk soared into the air from the dense crowd on the ground. Dapamkara Monastery. Little Fatty and the others pondered for a moment and recognized the sect badge on the waist of the middle-aged monk. Prior to this, only 5 of the 6 Buddhist monasteries had arrived. Dapamkara Monastery was missing. In the ancient battlefield 20 years ago, there was no successor of Dapamkara Monastery as well. Su Zimo's impression of the monastery was that it was extremely mysterious. Ji Qingtian whispered, "Monk Yin Lu of Dapamkara Monastery is rather famous in Tianhuang mainland and his strength is unfathomable. He is one of the top nascent souls and people refer to him as the monk that leads the way with a bright flame." Su Zimo nodded. The move Monk Yin Lu revealed earlier on was spectacular enough. Even Monk Yuan Kong suffered a slight loss from it. Monk Yin Lu came close to the flare and extended his finger to tap on it gently. As though it entered Monk Yin Lu's finger, that frightening flare vanished instantly. "Monk Yin Lu, what's the meaning of this?" Monk Yuan Kong remarked coldly, "Are you going to go against me because of this young monk?" Monk Yin Lu smiled gently. "Fellow Taoist Yuan Kong, this young friend was not wrong. Indeed, your appearance earlier on was detestable and menacing. My flame was not meant to burn you, but the fiend in your heart." Chapter 730, Joining Dapamkara. Chapter 730, Joining Dapamkara. Monk Yuan Kong looked terrible. On the clouds, Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery asked indifferently, "Monk Yin Lu, there has never been a disciple of Dapamkara Monastery that inherited its legacy and took part in the phenomenon ranking in all these years. You guys are nothing but an embarrassment, so what are you doing all the way here at Myriad Phenomenon City?" "I'm here to select a disciple," Monk Yin Lu smiled gently. In Myriad Phenomenon City, any itinerant cultivator with a stellar performance would naturally be invited by the various super sects to join them. However, it was difficult for the Buddhist monasteries to accept disciples and their requirements were extremely stringent. There were extremely few people who cultivated Buddhism in Tianhuang mainland to begin with. Even less Buddhist cultivators could pass through the various obstacles and make their way here. Almost all of them came from the 6 Buddhist monasteries or the 108 upper sections. He. Monk Yuan Kong sneered, "Dapamkara Monastery is here to choose a disciple? How laughable. Who is going to join you guys?" Su Zimo was puzzled. No matter what, Dapamkara Monastery was one of the 6 Buddhist monasteries. As a super sect, they could also be considered as a place of pilgrimage for all Buddhist cultivators in the world. Why would nobody be willing to join them? Demonist Ji explained, "The cultivation techniques and secret skills of Dapamkara Monastery are famous for being difficult to comprehend. Many wise Buddhist cultivators that join Dapamkara Monastery end their lives without much of an accomplishment. Dapamkara Monastery has few disciples and is extremely isolated. Many monks spend their days sitting before the ancient Buddha accompanied by a green lantern all alone. That is something that most ordinary people cannot withstand." Suddenly, Su Zimo realized. It was no wonder why there were no legacy disciples of Dapamkara Monastery in the intermediate ancient battlefield as well as the elementary ancient battlefield 20 years ago. That was most likely the most important reason. Of course. Demonist Ji continued, "While the cultivation techniques of Dapamkara Monastery are obscure and cultivating them is almost impossible, if one manages to obtain the legacy, they become extremely powerful. It's no exaggeration to say that they will be supreme across the Buddhist monasteries." Monk Yin Lu was not troubled by Monk Yuan Kong's ridicules and merely snapped his finger with a chuckle. "I've already selected a candidate. Young friend, if you don't mind, you can join Dapamkara Monastery for your cultivation." Monk Yin Lu was pointing towards Ming Zhen. Monk Yuan Kong sneered mockingly, "This young monk has a glib tongue and is only good at talking. How strong can he be? Can he even obtain a spot on the phenomenon ranking? His capabilities and strength are not important." Monk Yin Lu shook his head. "He has wisdom and a deep understanding and comprehension towards the teachings of Buddhism, that alone is enough." Furthermore, it's not a bad thing to have a glib tongue. Legend has it that Buddha was able to spit out lotuses while speaking. In fact, flowers will rain from the skies and the floor will be filled with golden lotuses with countless Buddhas appearing through the air. How can this dirty-mouthed kid be compared to Buddha? How laughable. In the long run, Dapamkara Monastery's legacy is going to be lost. Monk Wei Fu shook his head. The other cultivators looked on with mocking expressions as well. In their opinions, although Mingzhen was good with his words and had a deep comprehension towards the teachings of Buddhism, what use was that? It wasn't as though he could subdue his opponents just by relying on his mouth. At the end of the day, overwhelming capabilities were required to subdue evil and fiends. Dian was the only one in the endless crowd that frowned. While the others did not know of Mingzhen's background, he knew. "Young friend, are you willing?" Monk Yin Lu was not bothered by the gazes of outsiders and merely looked at Mingzhen, asking with a smile. Mingzhen was a little lost and looked at Su Zimo beside him instinctively. Su Zimo mulled for a moment before nodding. Although the cultivation environment of Dapamkara Monastery was somewhat boring, it was nothing to Mingzhen. If Mingzhen could adapt to life at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he would naturally feel at home in the cultivation environment of Dapamkara Monastery. For Mingzhen, the difficulty of the obscure cultivation techniques of Dapamkara Monastery might not be much of a problem. Up till this point of his cultivation, all he studied were the ancient books and true sutras of Daming and Fahua monasteries. His foundation was something that no other Buddhist cultivator could compare against. Furthermore, Mingzhen was guided by the mysterious old monk at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Of course, most importantly, it was the attitude of Monk Yin Lu towards Mingzhen. In that situation earlier when Monk Yuan Kong was clearly bullying a junior, the other 4 Buddhist monasteries chose to ignore everything. However, Monk Yin Lu of Dapamkara Monastery chose to make a move. Mingzhen took a deep breath, nodded and bowed to Monk Yin Lu. "I am Mingzhen and I'm humbled by your graciousness, senior. I am willing to join Dapamkara Monastery." "Well, well, well." Monk Yin Lu repeated 3 times in satisfaction. Perfected Lord Yujun raised his head slightly as well. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Please take your seat." He raised his hand gently and a wisp of mist flew out from his robes, pausing in front of Monk Yin Lu before forming a white, flawless cloud. Monk Yuan Kong ridiculed, "Let's see what name this young monk, Mingzhen, can make of himself in Tianhuang mainland in the future." Piak. Piak. Suddenly, Perfected Lord Hun Yi clapped and said slowly, "Everyone, the phenomenon ranking is about to begin. Let's settle this demon before us first." "That's right." Perfected Lord Tian Ming of Zephyr Thunder Palace said coldly as well, "We'll kill this lad first and talk about anything else later." "That's right." The Perfected Lords of Heavenly Dipper Sect, Clear Wind Temple, Hollow Monastery, Purple Firmament Sect and many other Immortal and Buddhist sects nodded in agreement as they discussed. The 2 Perfected Lords of the Fiend sects remained silent. Although both of them were not on the side of the Immortal and Buddhist Perfected Lords' behaviors, they would not go against everyone for the sake of Su Zimo. Monk Yin Lu frowned slightly. There was nothing he could do about this as well. After all, even he was unsure whether Su Zimo was a human or demon. Su Zimo might have a shot at survival if he could prove himself to be human. If not, he might not be able to get out of this predicament. Su Zimo had a cold gaze and his palm moved slowly towards his storage bag. "Don't be reckless." Suddenly, a voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Lin Xuanji had arrived beside him unknowingly. "It's not at that stage yet. This is the Myriad Phenomenon City and the Phenomenon ranking is hosted by Enigma Palace. The decision is not up to outsiders." Lin Xuanji shook his head gently and stopped Su Zimo with his gaze. Right then, Perfected Lord Yujun surveyed his surroundings and said slowly, "If you're going to kill every single demon, are you going to the large number of spirit demons below? Perfected Lord Luo Shui let out a deep breath. Perfected Lord Yujun of Enigma Palace was probably the only one who could salvage the current situation. Perfected Lord Hun Yi and the others frowned. Things would certainly be troublesome if Enigma Palace chose to stand by Su Zimo. On the one hand, it was because of Enigma Palace's special status. On the other hand, it was Perfected Lord Yujun himself. Although cultivators of Enigma Palace rarely took part in the strifes of the cultivation world, nobody dared look down on them. How is that comparable? Monk Yuan Kong said deeply, the demons below are all spirit beasts reared by our disciples and will not partake in the fight for the phenomenon ranking personally. That's right. Although this lad is a demon, he wishes to partake in the fight for the phenomenon ranking. This means that he's coveting the treasures of humans, so that's reason enough for us to kill him. Perfected Lord Tian Ming of Zephyr Thunder Palace said murderously. Perfected Lord Hun Yi shouted with a bright gaze, Perfected Lord Yujun, are you trying to stand on the side of a demon in broad daylight and pit yourself against humans? Are you going to betray our race and be a sinner of Enigma Palace? Chapter 731, Famous Overnight. Chapter 731, Famous Overnight. It was a merciless accusation of betraying humans. Monk Yin Lu sighed gently. That was what he was worried about. If he had stood out earlier on, he would have received the same accusation. Neither he nor Dapamkara Monastery could afford an accusation as such. However, Perfected Lord Yujun was expressionless and composed against the pressure and questioning of the other perfected lords. Enigma Palace had a special status and possessed the confidence of not being affiliated with the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects. How do you know he's a demon? Perfected Lord Yujun asked in reverse. He has an inner core and demonic qi will spread the moment he channels it. What else is he if not a demon? Perfected Lord Tian Ming remarked coldly. Huh? Perfected Lord Yujun asked again, he has a golden core that spreads spirit energy the moment he channels it, and he has a double phenomenon as well. Does that not make him a cultivator? You. Perfected Lord Tian Ming was momentarily speechless. Monk Wei Fu pondered for a moment. If we're uncertain, let's cancel his rights to partake in the fight for the phenomenon ranking first. Yes, that works too. Perfected Lord Beidou nodded. At that point, Su Zimo sneered internally. Those people wanted to strip him of his rights to partake in the phenomenon ranking as a second best option after realizing that Perfected Lord Yujun would not yield. Perfected Lord Yujun said indifferently, there's no need for that. Since nobody is sure whether this lad is a human or demon, we'll let the myriad phenomenon peak tell us the answer. What do you mean? Perfected Lord Hun Yi frowned. Perfected Lord Yujun pointed to the myriad phenomenon peak. This mountain possesses dermic power imbued by fairy Ling Long that lasts forever. If someone of another race tries to ascend the myriad phenomenon peak and challenge fairy Ling Long's authority, they will definitely be killed mercilessly. If he's a human, he will naturally have the rights to ascend the myriad phenomenon peak. If he's a demon, he has no one to blame if he's killed by the dermic power left behind by fairy Ling Long. Although his words were harsh, Su Zimo could tell that Perfected Lord Yujun was helping him. What he implied was that if the other perfected lords had any more qualms, they would not be challenging Perfected Lord Yujun or Enigma Palace, but fairy Ling Long herself. True enough. Perfected Lord Hun Yi snorted. The expressions of Perfected Lord Tian Ming and the others turned grim as they exchanged glances and no longer spoke. The short conflict between the nascent souls was tense, and many golden cores below watched nervously while breaking out in cold sweat. Unexpectedly, the predicament posed by the combined forces of many immortal and Buddhist sects almost came to fruition, and Su Zimo was almost killed, but everything was resolved by a few comments from Perfected Lord Yujun. Su Zimo felt relieved, and the killing intent in his eyes dissipated as well. You've got to watch out if you want to ascend the myriad phenomenon peak. No matter what, you must not make use of the power of your inner core and release any demonic chi. A single wisp will cause you to be killed by the myriad phenomenon peak. Suddenly, that sentence sounded in Su Zimo's mind. It was perfected Lord Yujun using his spirit consciousness to remind Su Zimo out of goodwill, and outsiders could not hear it at all. Su Zimo glanced at perfected Lord Yujun with a grateful expression. If perfected Lord Yujun had not stood out earlier on, he might have already attacked. Thank you. He glanced at Lin Xuanji beside him and expressed his thanks softly. Perfected Lord Yujun was a stranger to him, and his only connection to Enigma Palace was Lin Xuanji. Su Zimo knew that Lin Xuanji was definitely the reason why perfected Lord Yujun helped him. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuanji shook his head. It's not only because of me. Don't forget, you were acknowledged by the human emperor's palace. Enigma Palace will definitely help you with that fact alone. Suddenly, Su Zimo was enlightened. The human emperor was the Tao companion of Fairy Ling Long. The acknowledgement of the human emperor's palace was equivalent to the acknowledgement of Enigma Palace. Karma was truly something that worked in mysterious ways. Let the elimination battle of the Golden Core phenomenon ranking officially begin. Suddenly, perfected Lord Yujun's voice sounded once more and reverberated through every single corner of Myriad Phenomenon City. Boom! The crowd broke into an uproar. The cultivators partaking in the phenomenon ranking were naturally immensely excited. Even the cultivators who were merely watching were in high spirits and emotional. The phenomenon ranking this time round was going to be unusually intense. Today, thousands of Golden Core phenomenons were going to be clashing intensely. Many lost ancient phenomenons would reappear and light up the voids, clashing against one another with an endless brilliance. How spectacular would that be? It was a grand occasion for cultivators that was once in a lifetime. Today, the most frightening and talented people in Tianhuang mainland with the greatest potential would be selected. These were the people who had a high chance of attaining the title of Tao Lords and mighty figures in the future. Some of them might even be referred to as emperors in the future. He. Ren Tu of Azura sect let out a creepy laughter and said coolly, "Let's see how strong are the other paragons." Clang! Clang! A series of sword buzzes echoed from around Hangqiuyu jarringly. I love grand occasions as such. Let's fight. Pang Yu of Overlord Palace smacked his lips with a blazing fighting spirit. Amitba, here I come. Monk Ju Chen of Diamond Monastery exclaimed a Buddhist proclamation and sped towards the myriad phenomenon peak in a flash. Monk Jian Kong, Duga Jian, Su Cheng, Duan Qingping, Wu Feng and everyone else moved one after another as well. Di Yin glared at Su Zimo and smirked coldly before disappearing in a flash. Ji Qingtian said, "Let's go too." All right. Su Zimo nodded. In their group, Lin Xuanji was a cultivator of Enigma Palace and would naturally not partake in the fight for the phenomenon ranking. Although Shi Jian was a legacy disciple of Puppet Sect, his capabilities relied entirely on his puppets and he had no Golden Core phenomenon of his own. As such, he was not going to take part as well. Xiaoning and Leng Ro were legacy disciples of Elixir Yang Sect and Thousand Crane Sect. While both of them cultivated Golden Core phenomenons, they knew that they had no shot at the phenomenon ranking and chose to merely watch by the sidelines. Ming Zhen, Ji Qingtian and Little Fatty were the only ones remaining who chose to take part in the phenomenon ranking. In midair, Monk Yuan Kong was slightly surprised when he noticed that and chuckled. Monk Yin Lu, that amazing disciple you've just taken in is going to attempt and ascend the myriad phenomenon peak. Interesting. Monk Wei Fu remarked indifferently, he must have cultivated a nonsensical Golden Core phenomenon and thought that he's able to fight for the phenomenon ranking. In reality, he's just there to make a fool of himself. I estimate that he will probably not go further than the second stone step. Monk Yuan Kong said. The nascent souls chuckled and were waiting to watch the show. Monk Yin Lu was not bothered nor troubled by their mocking. He merely gazed at Monk Yin Lu with a faint smile and instructed, "There's no need for any pressure, just try your best. It's fine even if you fail, a single ranking list won't determine your future." "Yes." Ming Zhen nodded. Su Zimo shook his head gently with a faint smile. He was clearer than everyone else about Ming Zhen's strength. Monk Yuan Kong said that he wanted to see if Ming Zhen could make a name for himself in Tianhuang mainland in the future. There was no need for the future. It was going to happen here and now. Ming Zhen, that unassuming young monk, was going to shock the world and become famous overnight. Chapter 732, for distinct groups. Chapter 732, for distinct groups. Shoo. 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 Figures flew towards the myriad phenomenon peak one after another. There were at least 100,000 paragons who partook in the phenomenon ranking this time round, and they were clumped together in a spectacular sight. However, many people were sent flying by the power of the myriad phenomenon peak the moment they stepped foot on the first stone step. It was even more spectacular watching the pathetic figures fly off one after another. Exclamations could be heard everywhere. The crowd was in an uproar. Above the clouds, the nascent souls shook their heads and chuckled. During each fight for the phenomenon ranking, there would always be cultivators that refused to heed warnings and attempt to ascend the myriad phenomenon peak, only to meet with the same outcome. Ancient emperors have left their marks and auras on the myriad phenomenon peak. It was not so easy to ascend it. In less than 15 minutes, more than half of the 100,000 paragons were eliminated. That was the elimination battle. It was most efficient in eliminating weak cultivators. As for the cultivators that ascended the myriad phenomenon peak, the situation was different for each of them as well. Some of them were drenched in sweat, clearly under immense pressure. Some of them swayed as though they could be sent flying at any moment. Some of them could not withstand it and released their golden core phenomenons right away. Instantly, the power of phenomenons surged one after another on the myriad phenomenon peak. The spirit energy in the surroundings was already boiling. Some of them were resplendent, some was bedazzling, some moved the flora while some possessed the endless oceans and bright moon. Countless golden core phenomenons appeared at the same time in a breathtaking manner. Of course, everyone was clear that the cultivators who summoned their golden core phenomenons were the weak ones who could not endure the power of the myriad phenomenon peak. The top paragons of the golden core realm would not even need to use their golden core phenomenons to reach the lowest stone step on the myriad phenomenon peak. They could ascend just by relying on their bodies, bloodline and spirit energies. A soft exclamation could be heard above the clouds. Monk Yuan Kong was initially waiting to see Ming Zhen make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, Ming Zhen made it to the second stone step with ease and he was not slowing down at all. That alone was proof that Ming Zhen was much stronger than more than half of the cultivators present. "I'm sorry to have disappointed you." Monk Yin Lu smiled gently. Initially, he thought that Ming Zhen would stop at the first stone step as well. To think that Ming Zhen would provide him a pleasant surprise. Monk Yuan Kong harumphed coldly. "That's nothing much. There's more than 10,000 cultivators remaining on the Monk Yuan Kong. We'll see if he can make it to the top 108. The myriad phenomenon peak was 108,000 feet tall and had a total of 108 stone steps. The gap between each stone step was 1,000 feet. It was extremely difficult to get from one stone step to the other. The closer one was to the peak, the greater the pressure on them. In less than an hour, there were only slightly more than 10,000 cultivators remaining on the myriad phenomenon peak. Of the 10,000 cultivators, the gap between them increased as well and they were divided into distinct groups. Unsurprisingly, the leader was the number one perfected being, Di Yin. The way Dian ascended the myriad phenomenon peak brought forth exclamations. He did not have to step on the stone steps of the myriad phenomenon peak to push himself up. Instead, he soared into the air and sped upwards at an extremely fast speed, leaving all the other cultivators behind. It seemed as though the power resisting from the peak had no impact on Dian at all. Apart from Dian, the actual first group comprised of 8 people: Ren Tu of Azura sect, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery, Dugu Jian, Heng Qiuyu of Sword sect, Peng Yu of Overlord Palace, Monk Zhu Chen of Diamond Monastery and Mingzhen. Many cultivators were shocked at that outcome. Everyone expected Ren Tu, Su Cheng, Monk Jian Kong, Heng Qiuyu, Peng Yu and Monk Zhu Chen to be in the first team since they were all top-tier peerless paragons. What nobody expected was for 2 unknown cultivators to make their way into the group and followed closely without any signs of falling off. One of them was Dugu Jian from a cultivation gentry clan of the North region. Sword cultivators were a special type of cultivator and were known for their frightening killing strength. Sword sect was considered as a place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators. The fact that a sword cultivator from out of nowhere was able to keep pace with a legacy disciple of sword sect was cause for commotion. On the myriad phenomenon peak, Heng Qiuyu had an extremely sharp gaze and he glanced at Dugu Jian from time to time. However, Dugu Jian was oblivious to it, merely advancing in silence while looking down at the long sword in his hands. Mingzhen was the other one that everyone was surprised to see. Nobody expected him to be able to keep pace with 2 of the strongest paragons of the Buddhist monasteries. Furthermore, Mingzhen looked energetic and showed no signs of exhaustion. Monk Yuan Kong looked terrible. More than obtaining a spot on the phenomenon ranking. This person had a high chance of making it into the top 10. Congratulations for taking in a talent, Dapamkara Monastery. Perfected Lord Luo Shui smiled gently and congratulated with cupped fists. Monk Yin Lu smiled. Even with his composure, he could barely contain the joy in his eyes. Dapamkara Monastery sure has good fortune, coming all the way to Myriad Phenomenon City to gain a freebie, the perfected Lord of Clear Heart Nunnery said with a salty tone. By then, the disciple of Clear Heart Nunnery had already fallen off to the 3rd group. She was naturally disgruntled. Monk Wei Fu raised his brow gently. It does not matter even if he makes it to the first group for the time being. Later on, he'll have to rely on his golden core phenomenon to continue forward against the pressure no matter what. That's right. Monk Yuan Kong added, without a strong golden core phenomenon to support him, everything that happens now is merely fleeting. Monk Yin Lu did not refute. However, he deeply anticipated deep in his heart what Mingzhen's golden core phenomenon would look like. There were clearly more cultivators in the 2nd group. Demonis Ji of Pure Maiden Sect, Little Fatty of Tomb Sect, Duan Qingping of Clear Wind Temple, Wu Feng of Purple Firmament Sect, Ling Han of Snowdrift Valley, Nye Hao of Chaos Essence Sect and Qin Li of Illusion Fiend Cult. There were around 30 people. There were even more people in the 3rd group, more than 100. Cultivators of the first 2 groups had yet to release their golden core phenomenons. However, cultivators in the 3rd group were already getting slower in their ascension speed and showed signs of exhaustion. Some cultivators could not endure it and already released their golden core phenomenons. Ji Qingtian was in the 3rd group. The cultivators at the back were considered to be in the 4th group and there were hundreds of them. However, they were scattered and cultivators were repelled away from the myriad phenomenon peak from time to time. These people were at the bottom of the myriad phenomenon peak and almost had no chance of obtaining a spot on the phenomenon ranking. The cultivators who could leave their names on the phenomenon ranking were almost determined by now. It was between the cultivators in the first 3 groups. The eventual ranking would be decided after the ascension of the myriad phenomenon peak was over to see which cultivators managed to ascend the most steps. The closer they were at the peak, the further front their ranking on the phenomenon ranking would be. Where is Su Zimo? He has a double phenomenon and even defeated Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace. He should be in the first group, but why don't I see him? A series of discussions broke out from the crowd. Look, he's there. All the cultivators looked around, and before long, they found out that Su Zimo was in the fourth group. He looked unassuming, mixed in with the crowd. How could this be? Could he really be suppressed because of his inner core? Fufu, he asked for this. It's his own fault. Among the crowd, some people sneered while others were worried. Lin Xuanji squinted his eyes for a moment before exclaiming softly as he noticed something odd. Chapter 733, Perfected. Chapter 733, Perfected. Indeed, Su Zimo was in the fourth group. However, unlike other cultivators in the fourth group, Su Zimo's aura was stable and he looked calm, as though he was not under any pressure. The reason why Su Zimo was relegated to the fourth group was because each time he climbed a stone step, he would linger for a long time in deep thoughts. He would only move on to the next stone step after a while. What is he doing? Lin Xuanji rubbed his chin, puzzled. He was not the only one, even the nascent souls on the clouds could not read Su Zimo's movements. Nobody knew that while Su Zimo was contending against the pressure of the myriad phenomenon peak, he was comprehending it as well. The myriad phenomenon peak had existed for countless years. Almost all the powerful golden core phenomenons in history had left their marks and auras here. That included phenomenons from the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects. Su Zimo was not at the impossible level such that he could comprehend the essence of those phenomenons just relying on that. However, by experiencing the marks and auras left behind by the golden core phenomenons, he deepened his understanding on the Taos of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects. A golden core phenomenon was the epitome of all spirit arts. It contained a cultivator's understanding from the Qi condensation to golden core realm. A phenomenon was only born by combining them and evolving from that point. By comprehending those golden core phenomenons, Su Zimo's golden core also grew fuller, and the three different auras of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects that shrouded his golden core grew brighter. The golden core swiveled slowly, fusing fire and water, yin and yang, and turned flawless and pure. It was as though it was harmonizing with heaven and earth and the sun and moon through all eternity. That was a true golden core. That was the true perfected state. It was an irreplaceable and precious experience. Since Su Zimo wanted to establish a Tao, this was an opportunity he could not miss. How difficult was it to establish a Tao? Up till this point, Su Zimo had no clue on how he should start. Perhaps the only way for him to identify an alternate path of cultivation available for mortals was by comprehending the obscurities of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects while experiencing the mysteriousness of the demon Tao. Each time he ascended a stone step, the aura of a different golden core phenomenon would surge towards him. Su Zimo closed his eyes and experienced everything carefully. The other cultivators ascended the myriad phenomenon peak for the sake of fame. However, at that moment, Su Zimo was already beyond the point of fame when he stood on the myriad phenomenon peak. In his eyes, there was only all the living beings in the world. In his chest, there was only the boundless heaven and earth. In his heart, there was a greater ambition. Most of the cultivators in the fourth group could only give up one after another when they saw that it was hopeless. Su Zimo was the only one that continued in silence. The cultivators in the third group could not endure it any longer and released their golden core phenomenons one after another. Gradually, an outcome was determined among the 100-odd people of the third group. Ji Qingtian released the legacy phenomenon of ethereal peak and stopped at the 25th stone step. He was drenched in sweat and completely exhausted, that was his limit. Some of the cultivators stopped at the 20th stone step while there were some at the 26th, 27th. There were almost 1 or 2 people on every stone step up above. Thankfully, there was no one else at the stone step Ji Qingtian was on. That way, he could avoid a grueling fight after the elimination battle. Can you make it up another step? Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Ji Qingtian's ears. He turned over and saw Su Zimo land on the 25th stone step with a single leap, standing beside him. I can't make it anymore, I'm at my limits. Ji Qingtian wiped away the sweat on his forehead and panted slightly while smiling. Junior brother Su, don't worry about me. Continue advancing. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. Given Ji Qingtian's spot, he should be ranked around 100 on the phenomenon ranking if nothing went wrong. Although it did not seem high, for Ji Qingtian, or rather for Ethereal Peak's legacy phenomenon, Ethereal Sword, it was already the best result. There were only 108 spots on the phenomenon ranking. Any cultivator that could obtain a spot was already a true paragon of the era. At that moment, Dian was already at the 99th stone step. This was where he stopped 100 years ago. Now that he had returned, his aura was forceful. He did not stop on the 99th stone step and soared through the air before landing on the 100th stone step. Dian had cast everyone far behind. Although the 8 people in the first group were still traveling side by side, none of them summoned their golden core phenomenons yet. However, the difference between them could gradually be seen as well as they rose higher. Overlord Palace and Diamond Monastery were super sects well known for body tempering. Pang Yu and Monk Ju Chen had robust bloodlines and their breathings were steady. Although they did not summon their golden core phenomenon, they looked comparatively relaxed. The difference in physique was clear between them and Ren Tu of Azura sect, Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace and the others. Some of them had hurried breathings. Some of them had sweat on their foreheads. Once again, everyone was surprised that Ming Zhen was not inferior to Pang Yu and Monk Ju Chen in terms of physique. Ming Zhen's expression was smooth as jade and he did not sweat at all. His breathing was still steady, it was clear that he was not at his limits. What's the background of that young monk? What cultivation technique did he cultivate? Monk Wei Fu frowned slightly. He must have had some encounters and opportunities. Perfected Lord Beidou said deeply, it's still too early to come to a conclusion. Eventually, the rankings between the few of them are determined by their golden core phenomenons and how much power they can release. Even so, all the nascent souls present were clear that even if Mingzhen's golden core phenomenon was weak, he would make it to the top 20 at least. That was already relatively frightening. Even legacy disciples of the various super sects might not be able to make it to the top 20. For example, the legacy disciple of Clear Heart Nunnery and Shengguanyu of Cloud Rain sect were already relegated to the third group. In the second group, some cultivators could not withstand it any longer and released their golden core phenomenons as well. Little Fatty was still holding on. If he had not undergone the baptism with the wisp of Yellow Springs fog within the astral dragon sputum lair, he would have been left behind a long time ago. Rise! The paragon of Soaring Feather sect shouted softly. The sound of water rushing rapidly in tide surging could be heard behind him, causing ripples to splash. A blood-red sun was setting slowly on that long river. The evening sun dyed the skies red in a tragically beautiful scene. Even the river surface was stained red and transformed into a blood river with a torrential blood stench. Look, that's the legacy phenomenon of Soaring Feather sect. The ancient phenomenon, Long River Sunset. A series of exclamations came from the crowd. With the boost of his golden core phenomenon, the paragon of Soaring Feather sect was invigorated. He looked much more relaxed as his speed increased and he sprinted up the peak. Galaxy Vortex. The paragon of Heavenly Dipper sect could not withstand it any longer and released his golden core phenomenon as well. Night descended instantly. The skies above his head were lined with stars that sparkled in a bedazzling manner. All of a sudden, it was as though there was a magnetic force. The stars that filled the skies began swiveling into a gigantic vortex. Countless stars collided and sparks flew everywhere, releasing a shuddering energy fluctuation. The center of the vortex seemed as though it could destroy everything. The paragon of Heavenly Dipper sect howled deeply and his speed exploded. The other paragons of the second group released their golden core phenomenons one after another. Instantly, many ancient phenomenons flashed through the voids in a shocking manner. Chapter 734, Nature Reversion. Chapter 734, Nature Reversion. All the cultivators in the vicinity of the myriad phenomenon peak felt their blood pump at the sight of that. This was the only opportunity to witness the clash between many ancient phenomenons. Although there were millions of cultivators in the cultivation world, only the 100,000 of them that were in Myriad Phenomenon City would get the opportunity to witness this. Look, that's my formless monastery's legacy ancient phenomenon, the Bodhi tree shadow. Senior brother Yongren will definitely be able to make it to the first group under that Bodhi tree. Senior sister Ling released her golden core phenomenon as well. The temperature around Linghan of Snowdrift Valley dipped and sparkling, crystallized snowflakes fell one after another from the skies. Although the snowflakes looked weak, each of them possessed frightening killing power. The ancient phenomenon, omnidirectional snowstorm. The pressure on the cultivators of the second group was reduced immensely after they released their golden core phenomenons and their speeds gradually increased. However, things were clearer for the 17 nascent souls on the clouds. Although the paragons of the second group released many ancient phenomenons, it was still relatively difficult for them to catch up to the 8 people of the first group. It was true that those paragons were able to leap through several stone steps easily with the use of their golden core phenomenons. However, the pressure would only increase as they got closer to the peak. Before long, the paragons of the second group would slow down again. Furthermore, the 8 people of the first group had yet to release their golden core phenomenons. The moment the 8 of them released their golden core phenomenons, the gap between them and the cultivators of the second group would open up once more. Rise! Wu Feng of Purple Firmament sect shouted and channeled his golden core to its limits. A scarlet glow enveloped his face and it gradually turned purple. In the blink of an eye, his face was covered by a purple glow. All of a sudden, a purple chi floated over from the east and enveloped Wu Feng's body. Behind him was a faint figure of an elderly figure with gray beard and hair riding on a bull. Although his appearance was blurry, he released a boundless might. The ancient phenomenon, Eastern Purple Chi. Purple Chi was the chi of a venerable and was incomparably noble. Wu Feng's aura exploded along with his speed as he dashed towards the first group. Humph! A cold glint flashed through the eyes of the paragon of Malevolent Earth sect as he shouted, unwilling to be left behind. A boundless malevolent chi spread around him and rumbled. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a gigantic scythe. The scythe was black as ink and resembled a fearsome weapon from deep in the 9 hells that could reap all life. The ancient phenomenon, Malevolent Earth Scythe. Whoosh! The paragon of Malevolent Earth sect pointed forward. The gigantic Malevolent Earth scythe cut a pitch-black arc in midair, as though it could cleave the void into 2. The paragon of Malevolent Earth sect sprinted along the arc that was ripped. Amitba. The paragon of Wisdom Monastery chanted a Buddhist proclamation and his eyes shone with the light of wisdom. He conjured a unique dermic seal with his hands and the power of phenomenon around him surged. Gradually, mysterious halos of light began appearing behind him, emanating a flawless saint glow. The glow shone down on the world as though it could purify all living beings. The ancient phenomenon, boundless Buddha light. Paragons that could reach this level were all prideful. All of them wanted to advance further and were not willing to fall behind others. However, the 8 in the first group were still far ahead in the lead. Gradually, as time passed by and everyone got closer to the peak, the speed of Little Fatty, Demonis G, Ling Han, Wu Feng and the others in the second group decreased as they showed signs of exhaustion. Before long, almost all the cultivators in the second group were at their limits. They scattered and stood on different stone steps, unable to advance further. Hurry, look! There are 2 paragons on the same step. That's right. By the looks of it, there will be a grueling battle after the elimination battle. There were 2 people on the 78th stone step. One of them was Demoness Ji and the other was Duan Qingping of Clear Wind Temple. Both of them panted and were exhausted. Duan Qingping's gaze roamed around Demoness Ji's body wantonly and he gave an evil smile. Fiend maiden, you sure are unlucky to bump into me. Is that so? Demoness Ji snickered. If that's the case, please be gentler later on, fellow Taoist. Don't worry. Duan Qingping replied lustfully, I'll definitely be gentle with you. Although Duan Qingping sounded flirtatious and he had an intoxicated expression as though he was charmed, the depths of his eyes shone with a cold glint. There were 2 other people in the second group that stood on the same stone step. One of them was Little Fatty and the other was Qian Li of Illusion Fiend Cult. The both of them exchanged glances. Qian Li laughed sinisterly. He used his hand to slice across his own throat with a gesture and did not conceal the killing intent in his eyes at all. Little Fatty pouted and reared his head to look upwards. In reality, he had strength remaining but he was not confident of ascending another stone step. Furthermore, the Paragon of Wisdom Monastery stood on the next stone step. If he failed to ascend further and ended up severely injured by the power of the Myriad Phenomenon Peak, it would be extremely embarrassing. Little Fatty pondered for a moment but chose not to advance. That's interesting, we'll be able to see 2 fights between paragons at the very least. That's right, things will be much bloodier in a battle between the paragons. I heard that in paragons in previous ranking battles bled and it wasn't rare for them to die on the spot as well. That's only natural. All of these paragons are prideful and none of them would bow down to the other. It's only normal for them to fight to the death, especially if their sects had feuds to begin with. The cultivators watching discussed heatedly with excited faces. Naturally, all of them wanted to witness more ranking battles. The positions of the paragons in the second group are almost fixed and there won't be much changes to the rankings anymore. Yes, the outcome has basically been decided. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed to the Myriad Phenomenon Peak in shock. Hurry, look! There's someone there. That's Su Zimo. Everyone was drawn into the 8 people in the first group and the countless ancient phenomenons in the second group. They had almost forgotten about Su Zimo, who was taking his time down below. Something isn't right. He seems to be faster than before. Indeed, he has gotten much faster. How could this be? Normally, the pressure experienced by a cultivator increased the closer they were to the peak. As such, they would naturally slow down as well. However, none of the cultivators present could figure out why Su Zimo's speed increased instead, as though he could not feel the pressure from the mountain. What those cultivators did not know was that Su Zimo was already at perfected Golden Core realm. He was at a new level of understanding towards his core. He had already comprehended most of the marks and auras left behind by the ancient phenomenons on Myriad Phenomenon Peak and there were not many remaining. Furthermore, his speed of comprehension increased as he advanced as well. Within a short period of time, he could experience the obscurities and mysteriousness of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoists behind their phenomenons. The aura around Su Zimo became increasingly pure. It was as though he had reverted to the state of resonating with nature. The 17 nascent souls on the clouds felt their hearts skip a beat when they sensed the change in Su Zimo. All of their eyes shone brightly with looks of disbelief. Chapter 735, World Cleansing Green Lotus. Chapter 735, World Cleansing Green Lotus. What was the point of cultivating? It was to remove the facade of things and revert to the origin of nature. That was also the reason why cultivators of the Golden Core realm were referred to as perfected beings. However, throughout history, there have been too few cultivators who were able to understand that level of wisdom. It was a process of comprehension to obtain the truth and break free from the restraints of heaven and earth. By removing the facades and reverting to the true self, one is free from the struggles of life and death. Anybody that could comprehend that possessed supreme wisdom. At that moment, Su Zimo was passing through an ancient path along the marks left behind by his predecessors. Eventually, he allowed the distinct auras of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos in his heart to harmonize with his golden core perfectly and arrived at the realm of reverting to nature. It seems like a golden era has truly arrived in Tianhuang mainland. Monk Yin Lu lamented emotionally, "It's extremely rare for a monster incarnate that has such immense fortune and wisdom to appear. To think that two of them would be born consecutively in this era. Seems like Di'in has a match." Fufu. Perfected Lord Hun Yi chuckled proudly with disdain in his eyes as he shook his head. Indeed, that lad has great wisdom and fortune. However, he's far from comparable to Di'in. We'll talk about that when he can catch up to Di'in's footsteps. Right now, he isn't qualified to be compared with Di'in. Monk Yin Lu did not reply. That was because Di'in was already at the peak at that moment. On the peak, Di'in stood with his hands behind his back. His figure was faintly visible through the clouds and he emanated an unparalleled dominance as he looked down on all other cultivators. Di'in was going to leave his name on the ancient phenomenon stele. He was the true number one perfected being. He was also the first to do so in 1,000 years. Although the 17 nascent souls present were once top cultivators that dominated in their time, none of them were able to accomplish this feat. Di'in shifted his gaze. When he saw Su Zimo who was advancing from the back, he could not help but snort coldly. Clang! Clang! Finally, someone in the first group could not withstand the pressure and released a golden core phenomenon. The sound of swords buzzing reverberated relentlessly through the world. A series of chilling sword lights appeared behind Dugujian. They blanketed the skies densely and tore through air. Heavenly encompassing swords. It was a golden core phenomenon of the Tao of the sword and was created by a mighty figure of the ancient era. It was ranked 41 on the previous phenomenon ranking. To think that it would possess such might when it was released by Dugujian. Most sword cultivators revealed ferocity externally. Given the situation, a cold glint flashed through Hang Qiuyu's eyes as he released a golden core phenomenon as well. Shoo! 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 Sword chi streaked through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving sword scars through the void in its wake. The void seemed to be sliced into tiny blocks. It was the legacy phenomenon of Sword Sect, startling Sword Chi. Both phenomenons of the Sword Tao were extremely sharp and sliced the surrounding spirit energy into tiny pieces. Without the two of them controlling things intentionally, the two sword phenomenons showed signs of competing against one another. Sword cultivators specialized in cultivating their ferocities. When two sword cultivators clashed, a victor must be decided. Hang Qiuyu and Dugujian supported their golden core phenomenons and dashed towards the 100-stone step. Immediately after, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace released his golden core phenomenon as well. One after another, streaks of lightning surged above his head and formed a bedazzling sea of lightning behind him. 5 divine thunderbolts shrouded around his head and protected him. Apocalyptic 5 thunders. Corpse Mountain. Ren Tu of Azura sect pointed forward with a cold gaze. Before him, a series of corpses with a foul stench appeared endlessly. They stacked onto one another messily and created a massive mountain. Ren Tu stepped on the corpse mountain emotionlessly and continued ascending. I heard that the corpse mountain of that golden core phenomenon is made from people that died in the hands of Ren Tu. Ah! A cultivator exclaimed, and chills ran down his body as he said with a trembling voice, "There's got to be millions of people there, right?" Ren Tu's voice sounded again before he could finish. "Blood sea." Splash. The blood that seeped out from beneath the corpse mountain grew and transformed into a boundless sea in the blink of an eye. The sea was blood-colored and gave off a cruel aura of despair and death. The corpse mountain floated in the sea of blood. Ren Tu stood on top of the corpse mountain with a torrential ferocity as he crossed the 100th step directly and continued ahead. It's the corpse mountain blood sea. To think that Ren Tu would fuse them together. I recall that the previous person who cultivated it to such a frightening level was an expert from Azura sect 1,000 years ago, and he's this generation's Azura. In reality, Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea were two ancient phenomenons that were ranked extremely high in the phenomenon ranking. Their might became even more frightening when they were combined as one. 1,000 years ago, the Azura, Yen Beichen, ascended to the top of the myriad phenomenon peak with his Corpse Mountain Blood Sea and took the number 1 position. All 8 of them are rare peerless paragons. Perfected Lord Luo Shui sighed gently. Any one of them could easily take the top spot in previous Golden Core phenomenon rankings. To think that all of them would be gathered together in this generation. Furthermore, there's an almost invincible monster incarnate above all of them. Diin. Bang. 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 Monk Zhu Chen, Peng Yu and Monk Jian Kong released their Golden Core phenomenons one after another as well. A golden light descended. Monk Zhu Chen seemed to be veiled by a golden shade and shone brightly. A 7th-floor pagoda descended with a blinding brilliance and hovered above Monk Jian Kong. It poured down with a divine light like a waterfall that protected him. The legacy phenomenon of Hollow Monastery, 7th-floor pagoda. The Golden Core phenomenons were turning increasingly frightening. Compared to Long River Sunset and Galaxy Vortex from earlier, they were at a whole different level in strength. Countless gazes were fixed on Mingzhen. He was the only one who had not released his Golden Core phenomenon among the 8 people. Fufu. Monk Yuan Kong sneered, "It's probably because he's got some worthless Golden Core phenomenon that's useless even if he releases it. That's why he's choosing to force himself through everything." Before he could finish his sentence, Mingzhen conjured a hand seal with both hands and released an extremely terrifying aura. Immediately after, a green lotus appeared behind him and hovered in midair before swiveling slowly. Each petal was etched with obscure and complicated patterns. Slowly, the petals opened up and the green lotus blossomed. One after another, mysterious lights spread and shone. A fragrance wafted out from the center of the lotus platform. The green lotus blossomed as though it could purify all the evil in this world. The moment the green lotus blossomed, be it the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea or the 7th-floor pagoda, the Golden Core phenomenons of the other 7 people shuddered for a brief moment as though they were impacted significantly. What is that phenomenon? That phenomenon looks a little familiar, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Ah! Suddenly, a few exclamations sounded one after another above the clouds. The few perfected lords of the Buddhist monasteries bolted upright in shock as they glared at the green lotus behind Mingzhen with disbelief in their eyes. World-cleansing green lotus. Slowly, Monk Yuan Kong uttered 4 words. The crowd was in an uproar. World-cleansing green lotus, the legacy phenomenon of Fahua Monastery, was a top-tier Golden Core phenomenon of the Buddhist monasteries. When cultivated to its peak, its might was even above the 7th-floor pagoda. Chapter 736, Untitled. Chapter 736, Untitled. That phenomenon was the legacy phenomenon of Fahua Monastery, a super sect that was destroyed 10,000 years ago. It could only be comprehended by cultivating the number 1 secret classic of the Golden Core realm, the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra. However, the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra was lost for a long time in that catastrophe 10,000 years ago. In that catastrophe 10,000 years ago, Fahua and Daming monasteries were destroyed and countless cultivation techniques and secret skills were lost. Even after all these years, there were still cultivators searching for those cultivation techniques and secret skills. Nobody expected this unknown young monk to cultivate a golden core phenomenon that had been lost for 10,000 years. There was a high probability that this young monk had a deep relationship with the destroyed Fahua monastery. Monk Yuan Kong, Monk Wei Fu and everyone else looked at Ming Zhen with a glint in their eyes, resembling hungry ferocious beasts that caught sight of a prey. Monk Yin Lu frowned slightly with a worried expression. A man's wealth was his own ruin by causing another's greed. By releasing the world-cleansing green lotus, Ming Zhen was exposing himself to the greed of others. As the 8 people of the first group released their golden core phenomenons, the distance between them increased and gradually, there was a distinction between them. Ren Tu of Azura sect was right at the front. He was already at the 105th stone step. That was a rather formidable height. In the previous Golden Core Phenomenon ranking, Di'in who was number 1 merely made it to the 99th stone step. The fact that Ren Tu was able to reach that height meant that his strength was stronger than Di'in 100 years ago. Alas! Di'in suppressed his cultivation for 100 years and continued comprehending the power of the Golden Core realm. The reason for his return was to become the number 1 of the phenomenon ranking once more and suppress all other paragons. Ah! Ren Tu roared into the skies and his blood chi surged. Green veins appeared on his neck like spirit snakes and he had a menacing expression of indignance. He wanted to ascend to the peak of the mountain. He was indignant. He did not wish to be inferior to others. However, the pressure from the peak was way too terrifying. Even climbing another stone step was almost impossible for him, let alone ascending to the peak. Di'in stood high and above with his hands behind his back. He gazed at the struggling Ren Tu with a faint ridicule in his eyes. One of them was screaming from the depths of his heart. The other was indifferent. One stood below. The other was at the peak of the mountain. The difference was glaring. It was the same below for Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Monk Jian Kong, Peng Yu and the others. It was like an emperor looking down at the masses from the top. It did not matter how the masses struggled, none of them could take down his dominance. A series of sighs came from the crowd. It had to be said that for those paragons, it was a tragedy that they were born in the same generation as Di'in. Gradually, Ren Tu lowered his head. He was already exhausted. His limit was at the 105th stone step. Although the difference between him and the peak was only 3 stone steps, the distance between them was almost equivalent to the gap between heaven and earth. All of a sudden, exclamations sounded from the crowd beneath. The stone step that Ren Tu stood on quaked heavily for a brief moment. Ren Tu glanced sideways and the killing intent in his eyes surged. Not far from him, Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace had managed to arrive at the 105th stone step as well using his apocalyptic 5 thunders. Su Cheng panted heavily and was drenched in sweat. A stir broke out amongst the crowd. This meant that the 2 paragons would clash in the upcoming ranking battle. Finally, there would be a showdown between the Corpse Mountain Blood Sea and Apocalyptic 5 Thunders. He. Ren Tu let out an unsettling laughter that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Cheng merely smirked coldly against Ren Tu's killing intent without any fear. At their level, none of them would back off from a battle unless it was against an unstoppable opponent like Di'in. Ren Tu wanted to kill Su Cheng. Su Cheng wanted to furnish his reputation by suppressing Ren Tu. Beneath Ren Tu and Su Cheng was Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery. 104th stone step. That was Monk Jian Kong's limits. He gazed up at Ren Tu and Su Cheng above him with a boundless indignance in his eyes. Before he entered the ancient battlefield, he wanted to challenge Di'in. When Di'in ascended the peak earlier on, he realized the difference between them. However, he felt that he was definitely within the top 3 of the phenomenon ranking. To think that he could only be satisfied with the 4th spot right now. Hurry, look! There's going to be another massive battle. Interesting, it's going to be a fight between the Buddhist monasteries. A clamor broke out from the crowd again. Monk Jian Kong turned over instinctively. Another person had appeared on the 104th stone step. It was the young monk called Mingzhen. A blossomed green lotus hovered behind Mingzhen. It looked extremely ordinary, but it gave off a frightening aura. Monk Jian Kong's pupils constricted. He was not bothered about this young monk prior to this. But now, it seemed like his 4th spot on the phenomenon ranking was not confirmed just yet. Mingzhen did not even glance at Monk Jian Kong, merely looking up at the 105th stone step with a calm expression. His foot lingered for a moment before he continued forward. What's he doing? Is he trying to get to the next stone step? There's no wonder why that's the #1 mystic classic of the Golden Core realm. Many cultivators were dumbstruck when they noticed Mingzhen's actions. However, Mingzhen merely ascended half the distance to the next stone step when he swayed and grunted before landing back on the 104th stone step again. Fufufu. Monk Jian Kong could not help but sneer, "You overestimate yourself." Mingzhen clutched his chest and blood oozed out from the corner of his lips. He merely glanced at Monk Jian Kong but did not argue. Monk Yin Lu sighed gently. Humph. Perfected Lord Luo Shui glared at Monk Yuan Kong and said coldly, if someone had not injured this young monk earlier on by abusing his seniority, he might have already ascended to the 105th stone step. Many cultivators had a sudden recollection. Prior to the fight for the phenomenon ranking, Monk Yuan Kong used Sanskrit to injure Mingzhen. Mingzhen had ascended the myriad phenomenon peak with an injury. 2 people stood on the 103th stone step beneath Monk Jian Kong and Mingzhen as well. Heng Qiuyu of Sword Sect and Dugu Jian of the Dugu clan. The 2 great sword cultivators were going to duke it out. This fight for the phenomenon ranking was way more intense than anyone had imagined. There were already 3 fights alone for the ranking battle of the top 10 spots. This was rare in previous phenomenon rankings. After the 2 of them came Pang Yu of Overlord Palace on the 102nd step. On the 101st stone step was Monk Ju Chen of Diamond Monastery. All 8 people of the first group had made it past the 100th stone step. The fight for the phenomenon ranking this time round sure is unusually intense. To think that there are so many paragons gathered. Heh, it's time to place your bets. There's no doubt about who is at the top of the phenomenon ranking. Let's guess who will be the 2nd, 4th, and... Before that cultivator completed his sentence, his gaze swept and froze on the myriad phenomenon peak while his mouth fell agape gradually. What's wrong? Some cultivators asked as they turned towards that person's gaze. We seem to have forgotten about someone. That cultivator could not contain the shock in his eyes. On the myriad phenomenon peak, a figure was ascending rapidly, surging into the sky, surpassing one figure after another. 90th stone step. 91st stone step. 98th stone step. Even after the 100th stone step. The figure's speed did not show any signs of diminishing and was still advancing forward. Chapter 737, Peak. Chapter 737, Peak. That person sure is terrifying. He did not release his golden core phenomenon for the first 100 steps and charged through them merely relying on his physique. It said that his physique is comparable to a pure-blooded ferocious beast. Indeed, nothing was exaggerated at all. That's nothing much. Di'in only released his golden core phenomenon after the 100th stone step as well. At that moment, Countless gazes were fixed on that green figure on the myriad phenomenon peak. As everyone discussed, Su Zimo had already stepped foot on the 100th stone step. Boom! The moment he landed on that stone step, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly as he gave a slight frown. The pressure that came from above had increased significantly after the 100th stone step. Even with his physique, he was feeling the strain. Of course, that was because he did not use the power of his inner core. Su Zimo estimated that if he used the power of his inner core and burst forth with the full strength of his blood qi, he could reach the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak even without releasing his golden core phenomenon. Of course, that was impractical. Perfected Lord Yujun warned him that using the power of his inner core on the myriad phenomenon peak would be courting death. Crack! 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 The skies above Su Zimo's head tore repeatedly and lightning flashed. A heavy downpour rained down, turning into a torrential flood with endless meteors. It was as though the apocalypse had descended. Boom! 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 Four gigantic heavenly piercing stone pillars stood in the floods. At the top of the stone pillars was a shell that covered the skies, etched with mysterious patterns that seemed like they contained endless secrets of the universe. The four limbs suppressed the raging tides and the shell supported the broken skies. The primordial divine turtle had descended, rearing its head into a wild howl and a bright gaze. This was the first time that most of the cultivators present witnessed that phenomenon personally. Their expressions changed and endless shock filled their eyes. That primordial phenomenon had been lost for a long time. Even the 17 nascent souls present had not witnessed it personally before. There's no wonder why it's a primordial divine being that protected the masses. To think that it would possess such a might. Monk Yin Lu lamented. Perfected Lord Luo Shui said deeply, the human race will definitely prosper with the resurgence of these lost primordial phenomenons. Perfected Lord Hun Yi and Monk Yuan Kong merely smirked coldly with nonchalance. Although Perfected Lord Yujun was expressionless, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. While the appearance of a primordial phenomenon represented the arrival of a golden era, it could also imply that an unimaginable catastrophe was approaching. If the human race could tide through it, they would prosper. If they could not, there was a high chance they would be annihilated. In the ancient era, multiple emperors rose and a supreme peerless existence that was feared throughout history such as the human emperor surfaced. Those were the reasons that built the current state of Tianhuang mainland. But now that the emperors have passed on and the human emperor left Tianhuang mainland a long time alone, who was going to save the human race if a catastrophe truly arrived? I might be worrying for nothing. Perfected Lord Yujun shook his head and smiled deprecatingly. The pressure on Su Zimo diminished significantly after he released the primordial divine turtle. He arrived at the 101st stone step and surpassed Monk Ju Chen without pausing to continue ahead. 102nd step. 103rd step. Monk Ju Chen, Pang Yu and Hang Qiuyu could only watch as Su Zimo passed them by. The three of them had conflicted expressions. In the battle beneath the human emperor's palace 20 years ago, the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects were left dead and injured. Most of them were despondent from the setback and relegated to be a part of the masses. The three of them were the only ones that overcame their inner demons and stood up again. They advanced honorably and regained their spots as the number one disciples of their sects in the Golden Core realm. A large part of the reason for their return was to erase the shame from their past. They wanted to fight Su Zimo again. However, Su Zimo did not give them that chance at all. He surpassed them with ease on the myriad phenomenon peak. Everyone knew that Su Zimo had a double phenomenon. Now that he was already here with a single phenomenon, where could he advance with two of them? Could he truly match Diin? Gradually, silence filled the vicinity of the myriad phenomenon peak. All the cultivators wanted to know where Su Zimo could reach. Dian stood at the top and glared down at Su Zimo expressionlessly. Bang! Su Zimo had ascended to the 105th stone step. Su Cheng was emotional as he glared at Su Zimo sternly with widened eyes. Dozens of days ago, he fought against Su Zimo. At that time, Su Zimo released a double phenomenon and fused them together to crush his apocalyptic five thunders. And now, he was already at this level with just a single golden core phenomenon. This meant that the power of Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon had grown to yet another level within these dozens of days. Su Cheng's guess was both correct and incorrect. It was true that the power of Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon had grown. However, it was not during these dozens of days, but on his journey of ascending the myriad phenomenon peak earlier on. He comprehended the marks and auras left behind by ancient experts on the myriad phenomenon peak and gained insight into the Taoists of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects from the Qi condensation, foundation establishment in Golden Core realm. His Golden Core phenomenon had evolved completely. While outsiders might not be able to sense it, Su Zimo understood that change the greatest. He stood on the 105th stone step and lingered for a moment with closed eyes. All of a sudden, Su Zimo opened his eyes and roared into the skies. His golden core swiveled and a scorching heatwave was released. Bang! Boom! Boom! The mountains toppled and volcanoes spewed. Scarlet lava blanketed the floor and flames blazed for thousands of kilometers. A gigantic anaconda tunneled out from underground and soared into the skies, flapping its wings that were burned scarlet and almost transparent as it reared its head into a roar. The primordial soaring serpent. Two primordial phenomenons had descended. Su Zimo's aura exploded and he stomped on the ground heavily, soaring into the skies like an arrow as he crossed the 106th, 107th steps. Boom! In one go. Su Zimo ascended to the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak in one go, relying on his double phenomenon. Ah! After a momentary silence, the crowd broke into exclamations. Everything happened too quickly that many cultivators had yet to react to it. In the blink of an eye, there was another person at the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak. The mountain was 108,000 feet tall and clouds floated around it. Two figures stood among them, faintly visible and resembling peerless emperors that looked down on the mortal realm. Many cultivators looked extremely excited. Two people on the mountain peak implied that there was going to be an earth-shaking fight between them in the ranking battle. Heis! Perfected Lord Yujun sighed. This was the outcome he was most reluctant to witness as a cultivator of Enigma Palace hosting the phenomenon ranking. The loss of either of these two peerless paragons would not benefit the human race. At the peak, Dian gazed at Su Zimo, who was beside him, and smirked with a fake smile. Take a good look at this picturesque scenery, this wonderful world and the beautiful skies. Enjoy the look of reverence from the other cultivators. This might be the last things you can ever enjoy. Is that so? Su Zimo replied with an indifferent expression. Su Zimo, you are truly ignorant. Do you know what this peak of the myriad phenomenon peak means for you? Dian pointed below his feet and gave an unsettling smile. This is your death's gate. By ascending this peak, you've crossed the gates of death. Since you have a death wish, all I can do is fulfill that for you. Chapter 738, Ranking Battle. Chapter 738, Ranking Battle. Su Zimo merely scoffed coldly against Dian's provocations. Things between the two of them were irreconcilable and one of them was bound to die soon. It was needless to speak further. Unlike the bottom of the mountain, Su Zimo no longer experienced any pressure from the myriad phenomenon peak the moment he ascended its peak. It was as though they had obtained the recognition of this ancient mountain. Su Zimo turned around and surveyed his surroundings. It was spacious at the peak of the mountain with nothing in sight except for a tall stele that was erected in the middle. There were hundreds of names etched densely on it. As he stood before the stele, Su Zimo remained silent and his feelings were complicated. There was joy, pride and sorrow. Countless years have passed since the ancient times and the phenomenon ranking was held consistently once every 100 years. However, only these few hundred cultivators managed to ascend to the peak. From today on, his name would also be etched on that stele and be passed down through history no matter how much time passed through rain or shine. He ought to feel proud and elated. The sorrow came from the fact that he could not share this joy with someone. Without that person, he would not have had the chance to even cultivate, let alone leave his name on this ancient phenomenon stele. It seems like I've gotten closer to you again. Su Zimo lowered his head before the stele and murmured with a faint smile. Although he was still very far away from that ethereal world, he believed that he would definitely arrive there sooner or later and catch up with her footsteps. The two of you can condense your spirit energies and leave your names on the ancient phenomenon stele. Perfected Lord Yujun's voice sounded. Su Zimo and Dian obeyed and left their names on the stele. The style of the handwriting on the stele differed from person to person. Some were pointy, some were restrained, some were coarse and firm, some were elegant with long strokes, some were sturdy and antiquated while others were wild and casual. The bearings of their predecessors could be seen through their handwriting. All the cultivators beneath the peak of the mountain let out envious looks. The Golden Core phenomenon ranking was conducted once every 100 years. However, the ancient phenomenon stele was there for all eternity. Any cultivator that made it into Myriad Phenomenon City are all worthy of the term paragon. Right then, Perfected Lord Yujun said slowly, today's accomplishments does not translate to future glory. Everyone, you have to work hard and not slack off. A name left behind on the ancient phenomenon stele might not be proof of one's future accomplishments. Among the several hundred cultivators, many of them died as well. The heavens are often jealous of those who are talented. They were bound to endure unimaginable hardship and dangers. At the same time, there were also cultivators that became emperors without leaving their names on the ancient phenomenon stele. Nothing in the world was absolute. Perfected Lord Yujun continued, the new phenomenon ranking is now out with the end of the elimination battle. After a slight rest, the cultivators on the list will undergo a final ranking battle. The ranking battle was held at a raised platform at the foot of the mountain. The platform was 100 feet tall and extremely spacious with enough room for 10,000 people to stand on it at the same time. There were a total of 18 ranking battles this time round. Of course, what everyone was waiting for was the fight between the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking. The final match would be between Su Zimo and Dian for the top of the ranking. After the elimination battle, cultivators on the phenomenon ranking had to take a short rest to recover their stamina. In Su Zimo's group, apart from Ji Chengtian, the others, Little Fatty, Demoness Ji and Mingzhen, had to partake in a fight against another paragon for the final ranking battle. Little Fatty was up against Qian Li of Illusion Fiend Cult from the Fiend sections. Demoness Ji was up against Duan Qingping of Clear Wind Temple from the Immortal sections. Mingzhen was up against Monk Jian Kong of Hollow Monastery from the Buddhist monasteries. For cultivators to arrive on the same stone step, it was proof that the difference between the power of their phenomenons was not too great. However, power was not the only determining factor in a fight between cultivators. It was a face-off between their techniques, spirit arts, secret skills and even experience in battle. Young monk, have this elixir. Xiaoning arrived beside Mingzhen and handed the latter an elixir. Mingzhen was wounded by monk Yuan Kong previously and ascended the Myriad Phenomenon peak with his injuries. Xiaoning could tell that his injuries had worsened and hence the gesture. Take it and heal up quickly so that you can fight with your full strength. Su Zimo nodded. Although he had quite a number of elixirs in his storage bag, the quality and effectiveness of elixirs from Elixir Yang's sect was the best. Ming Zhen's cultivation technique came from the Buddhist monasteries. His recovery speed was shocking. With that elixir and some rest, he could recover almost entirely before his battle. Thank you, benefactor. Ming Zhen received the elixir and swallowed it. The ranking battle began the moment afternoon came. In order to prevent paragons from dying in the ranking battle, as long as any cultivator could not win and left the radius of the stone platform in time, it would be considered as a defeat. The battle would come to an immediate end. The first battle was for the 98th spot of the phenomenon ranking. The two paragons that fought came from the upper sections. Although it was near the end of the phenomenon ranking, the battle was also unusually intense. Both paragons took turns to release countless spirit arts and secret skills. Their variations in both melee and ranged combat was endless. Eventually, both paragons released their golden core phenomenons and fought till they were completely exhausted before one of them took the win with a slight lead. All the cultivators watching below were amazed. They were also able to benefit immensely from the fight between the paragons. 12 battles were over as time passed and evening approached. The next match was for the 20th spot of the phenomenon ranking. The two paragons were Demoness Ji and Duan Qingping. On the stone platform, Demoness Ji bowed forward politely with her hands in front of her. She gave Duan Qingping a gentle smile as she said tenderly with watery clear eyes, "Big brother Duan, please." Duan Qingping froze momentarily with a lost look in his eyes. Immediately after, he frowned and could not help but shudder with a conflicted expression on his face. What's wrong with Duan Qingping? I didn't see Demoness Ji attack. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Su Zimo nodded silently. Demoness Ji had gotten even better and more frightening with her bewitchment technique. Apart from the Buddhist monastery's paragons who were clear of worldly desires, any other cultivator could be charmed by Demoness Ji if they were distracted for a moment. Ah! 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 Duan Qingping widened his eyes and glared around, howling at the top of his lungs. Black wind catastrophe. Pitch-black cyclones that howled furiously appeared and swarmed around Duan Qingping in a shuddering manner. The cyclones were so powerful that any cultivator that made contact with them would be ripped apart instantly. Duan Qingping realized that something was amiss and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Unfortunately, he had already lost the first move and was bewitched. It was difficult for him to regain his sanctity even with the release of his golden core phenomenon. Demoness Ji stood at the side and glared coldly without making a move. Like an insane, headless fly, Duan Qingping howled furiously on the stone platform as though he could not see Demoness Ji at all. He had already lost his mind completely. Humph! The perfected Lord of Clear Wind Temple had a terrible expression when he saw that. Given the current situation, it won't be long before Duan Qingping spent his spirit energy and exhausted himself completely without Demoness Ji even making a move. Victory was decided. It was an effortless victory. Demoness Ji did not even have to release her golden core phenomenon. Chapter 739. Chapter 739, All Swords United. The next battle was for the 14th spot of the phenomenon ranking. Little Fatty was up against Qian Li of Illusion Fiend Cult. The cultivation techniques of Illusion Fiend Cult lean on affecting one's mental state. Be careful. Demoness Ji reminded Little Fatty out of goodwill on her way down. Little Fatty, Demoness Ji, and even Ji Qingtian, Shi Jian and the others were from different sections. In fact, they were opposing factions of immortals between fiends and had no interactions at all. However, the group of them now had a degree of connection with Su Zimo at the core. Thank you. Little Fatty expressed his thanks. Little Fatty's Yellow Springs phenomenon would not have been able to reach this spot before he entered the astral dragon sputum lair. It would have been difficult for him to be on the top 50 spot of the phenomenon ranking, let alone the top 20. But now, Little Fatty was acknowledged by the Yellow Springs diagram. Although he had not cultivated an essence spirit and was still unable to make use of that dermic weapon from the ancient era, his Yellow Springs phenomenon underwent a complete transformation and was a far cry from before. Two people stood on the stone platform. Qian Li's eyes were bright and suddenly, a series of horrifying images appeared behind him. Countless living beings were tied onto scorching iron poles and smoke steamed from their sizzling, burning flesh as they struggled and howled endlessly. On the other side, a gigantic stone mill appeared in the void. Millions of living beings were pulled in by the stone mill as it swiveled and crushed slowly, grounding their flesh and bones as grisly blood spilled onto the ground. Although the blood and flesh of the living beings were crushed, their consciousness was still present. In the blink of an eye, the splattered blood and flesh was reanimated and drawn into the stone mill to repeat the same process again, causing them to endure the same pain endlessly. They underwent a continuous reincarnation to repeat the same cycle over and over again. Many cultivators felt chills and mental scars when they witnessed that image. The ancient phenomenon, limitless hell. A series of images from hell surfaced behind Qian Li in a sinister manner. Yellow Springs. Little Fatty pointed forward with a grim expression. A surging yellow river appeared behind him with corpses and souls that floated and struggled within it. The Yellow Springs gushed and drowned the limitless hell behind Qian Li directly. Many of the living beings in the limitless hell obtained true relief when they entered the Yellow Springs, no longer subjected to the endless torment and suffering. Crack! 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 The limitless hell creaked and was on the verge of collapsing. Qian Li's expression turned frightfully pale as he bolted in retreat and managed to get out of the stone platform in time. Thank you for giving in. Little Fatty let out a deep breath and closed off his golden core phenomenon before grinning brightly with cupped fists. There were only 4 ranking battles left after his. The next battle was between the sword cultivators. As the number 1 disciple of the golden core realm in Sword Sect, Hang Qiuyu naturally had to defend the glory of his sect. The reputation of Sword Sect would definitely be affected if he was ranked below a sword cultivator of another sect or faction. This was a battle that he could not lose. Hang Qiuyu believed that he would not lose either. There was no way the ancient phenomenon of Sword Sect, startling Sword Qi, would lose to this person's heavenly encompassing swords. The two of them stood on the stone platform. Before the fight even began, the perfected Lord of Sword Sect spoke, "Are you willing to join Sword Sect?" Many cultivators in the vicinity let out envious looks. Dugu Jian was already acknowledged by Sword Sect, one of the immortal sects, before he even fought Hang Qiuyu. Sword Sect was a place of pilgrimage for all sword cultivators in the world. Countless cultivation techniques and secret skills of the Tao of the sword in the cultivation world has been amassed by the sect throughout history. It had a wealth of knowledge. Sword Sect was the place where every single sword cultivator dreamed of reaching. On the stone platform, Dugu Jian was expressionless as usual even after Sword Sect's invitation and merely shook his head gently. A stir broke out amongst the crowd. They were rejected. Dugu Jian rejected without hesitation towards an invitation of Sword Sect. Young man, let me remind you that you will only be able to comprehend the true Tao of the sword in Sword Sect. The perfected Lord of Sword Sect frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before continuing, "It isn't easy for you to reach your current attainments. Since you have quite a decent potential in the Tao of the sword, I can offer you another chance." Dugu Jian gazed at the sword in his hand and merely shook his head again. It was as though there was nothing else in the world apart from the sword in his hand. He did not believe in any sect or his gentry clan. The only thing he trusted was the sword in his hand. Dugu Jian's aura did not fit in with anyone in the vicinity and he exuded an indescribable loneliness. He was the sort of sword cultivator that was truly frightening. His thoughts were concise and he was not distracted by anything. The perfected Lord of Sword Sect was expressionless and did not say anything more. The battle commenced. Buzz. Buzz. Almost at the same time. Dugu Jian and Hang Qiuyu struck at almost the same time as two unparalleled sword lights flashed through the air. They disappeared instantly at an extremely fast speed. Immediately after, two flashes of blood flickered. Both of them were injured at the same time. It was too fast. Many cultivators could not even react in time. The two sword beams deflected the moment they made contact and both parties were already injured. Hang Qiuyu was struck in the right leg and Dugu Jian was struck on the left arm. Both their wounds were extremely deep and their robes were stained red instantly. Their injuries even possessed an extremely strong sword qi. As such, their wounds could only recover after the sword qi was purged completely. However, neither of them had the chance in such an intense fight where they could not afford to be distracted. Sword cultivators had the most frightening killing power. A single moment of distraction could result in death. Both of them attacked once again at almost the same time. Clang! Clang! Their swords collided repeatedly in midair and let out the sounds of metal clashing as sparks flew everywhere. Their figures interweaved and only separated again after 3 seconds. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Dozens of injuries had appeared on both their bodies. Some were deep while others were superficial. In fact, some of them revealed the white bones beneath the flesh. Those bones were almost cut. Dugu Jian could not defend against Hang Qiuyu's sword. However, Hang Qiuyu could not defend against Dugu Jian's ferocity as well. Both of them were drenched and their blood qi deteriorated. If the stalemate continued, there was a chance that victory could be determined within a split second. Startling sword qi. Hang Qiuyu released the legacy phenomenon of sword sect and a patch of sword qi gathered densely behind him. It was extremely sharp and bolted in the direction of Dugu Jian. At the same time, Hang Qiuyu bit his tongue gently and spat out a stream of essence blood that splashed onto the streaks of sword qi. The power of his phenomenon surged intensely. Instantly, Hang Qiuyu's expression turned extremely pale. That was a secret skill of sword sect and the stream of essence blood took a huge toll on one's essence qi. That was a move that he would not have used unless it was absolutely necessary. The entire void was sliced apart by the streaks of startling sword qi. Dugu Jian barely released his heavenly encompassing swords when it was riddled with holes by the startling sword qi and shattered immediately. He's still not leaving? Many cultivators frowned. Dugu Jian no longer had any means to fight with the dispersion of his golden core phenomenon. If he continued to linger on the stone platform, he would definitely be minced mercilessly by the startling sword qi. There was no hint of fear or intention of retreating in Dugu Jian's eyes as he faced the incoming sword qi. He seemed to have comprehended something at that moment of life and death and the aura around him began to transform. The startling sword qi that was pushing towards Dugu Jian started turning sluggish. Hang Qiuyu's eyes widened in alarm and fury. His golden core phenomenon was no longer in his control. Right in front of countless gazes, the streaks of sword qi fell in front of Dugu Jian, as though they were subdued by him. The perfected Lord of Sword Sect yelled in shock, all swords united. Chapter 740, One has no competitors if he does not compete. Chapter 740, One has no competitors if he does not compete. All Swords United was a supreme and invincible phenomenon of the Tao of the Sword. It could suppress any other phenomenon of the Tao of the Sword without fail. In the past, the Sword Emperor of Tianhuang mainland cultivated all Swords United and controlled all the swords in the world. Every single sword in his path was subdued completely. Throughout history, even for cultivators of Sword Sect, only 10 people managed to cultivate all swords united. All 10 of them ended up as top-tier experts that ruled with dominance. On the stone platform, the power of phenomenon that belonged to Dugu Qian was initially about to disperse. However, in the blink of an eye, an even mightier power descended. Thousands of startling sword chi danced and swiveled in midair, streaking wildly with blinding streams of light in their wake. Although they were extremely sharp, they could not injure Dugu Qian at all. In fact, just as the sword chis were about to strike Dugu Qian, they changed directions agilely and wrapped around him. As he stood within the dense streaks of sword chi, Dugu Qian's edge shone brighter, and despite the hollowness in his eyes, they resembled two sharp swords. Heng Qiuyu's pupils constricted as he sensed danger. Not good. He was alarmed internally and released the sword escape technique of his sect without hesitation to speed out of the stone platform. Shoo! A bedazzling sword beam flashed instantly. Heng Qiuyu's figure vanished from the stone platform. The speed of his movement technique was truly startling. Some of the super sects in the cultivation world would possess secret escape techniques. Previously, Su Cheng released the escape technique of Zephyr Thunder Palace, Zephyr Thunder Escape, to flee from Su Zimo's grasp. Some of the top-tier secret escape techniques could match and even surpass the speed of nascent souls during the short burst. Blood escape, which Su Zimo had cultivated, was one of them as well. Clang! 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 Under Dugu Qian's control, thousands of startling sword chi streaked through the air and pierced the location where Heng Qiuyu stood, leaving sword scars on the ground. Victory was already decided the moment Heng Qiuyu exited the stone platform. For paragons of that level, it was almost impossible to kill them if they were bent on escaping. Dugu Qian leaped down from the stone platform in silence. The perfected Lord of Sword sect frowned slightly and gazed at Dugu Qian's back in deep thought. It was down to the final 3 ranking battles. Next up was Monk Jian Kong and Ming Zhen. Monk Yuan Kong looked down at Ming Zhen from above and asked all of a sudden, "Ming Zhen, where did you obtain the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra?" Ming Zhen frowned and did not reply immediately. Although he wasn't experienced in worldly affairs, he was no fool. Monk Wei Fu of Diamond Monastery at the side looked down with a burning gaze. He channeled a Sanskrit sound technique of the Buddhist monasteries and asked loudly, like a bell, "Ming Zhen, let me ask you, what are the 5 precepts of Buddhism?" Ming Zhen said deeply with a stern expression, "No killing, no stealing, no adultery, no lies and no intoxication." "All right." Monk Wei Fu nodded. "Since you understand that you should not lie, you know that you aren't allowed to tell falsehoods and rubbish. Let me ask you, where did you obtain the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra and who taught it to you?" Monk Yin Lu frowned. It was obvious that monks Wei Fu and Yuan Kong harbored designs on the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra. However, Monk Wei Fu was shrewd and brought out the 5 precepts of Buddhism to push Ming Zhen to a dead end before coercing the latter to reveal the secret behind the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra. Monk Wei Fu was in fact warning Ming Zhen that a monk should not lie. Ming Zhen replied deeply with a calm expression, regarding the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra. At that point, he paused suddenly. Notwithstanding monks Yuan Kong and Wei Fu, even the other nascent souls perked their ears in secret and awaited Ming Zhen's answer eagerly. If they could obtain any useful hint or clue within his words, they might be able to find the countless cultivation techniques and secret skills left behind by Fahua Monastery. "Hurry and speak," Monk Yuan Kong urged. "Where is the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra?" Ming Zhen clasped his palms and replied earnestly, "Monks should not engage in falsehoods. Regarding the mystic Dermic Lotus Sutra, I don't wish to talk about it." Silence overwhelmed their surroundings. "You." The faces of monks Yuan Kong and Wei Fu froze instantly. What did he mean that he did not wish to talk about it? No matter how much the two of them schemed, they had not expected that reply from Ming Zhen. Little Fox could not help but let out a stifled chuckle. Indeed, Mingzhen did not lie, it was just because he did not wish to speak about it. His simple reply resolved the troubling question posed by the two perfected lords of the Buddhist monasteries. What a glib tongue indeed! Monk Yuan Kong said with a blackened expression, Jian Kong, teach this young monk a lesson and show him the true capabilities of the Buddhist monasteries. Monk Jian Kong nodded and his gaze towards Mingzhen turned colder. Young monk, defeat him. Ji Qingtian, Little Fatty, and the others were cheering for Mingzhen. Su Zimo said nothing. He was not worried about that battle. Mingzhen inherited the legacy of two super sects, Fahua and Daming monasteries. At the very least, nobody on the same level could compare to him in terms of their understanding of Buddhism and their capabilities from the Buddhist monasteries. On the stone platform, Monk Jian Kong did not hesitate and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Boom! In midair, a gigantic Buddhist pagoda descended slowly with a terrifying might. It gave off a bright brilliance as though it could suppress all evil. There were a total of 7 floors to the pagoda and each of them was etched with dizzying Sanskrit words. The 7-floor pagoda. A pagoda was a Buddhist tower. In the Buddhist monasteries, the 7-floor pagoda was utmost. There were 3 levels to this legacy phenomenon of hollow monastery, the 3-floor, 5-floor and the strongest 7-floor pagoda. Throughout history, only monks that possessed great wisdom in Buddhism could cultivate the 7-floor pagoda. Monk Jian Kong assumed a lotus position and his hands shifted repeatedly to form seals. Streams of Buddha light made with spirit energy shot out from his fingertips and surged into the 7-floor pagoda. The 7-floor pagoda shone brightly. Amamium. As the 7-floor pagoda descended, Buddhist proclamations sounded from within. It stirred one's mind such that they would want to prostrate and pay respects unconsciously. If that was the case for the cultivators watching in the vicinity, the pressure on Mingzhen was imaginable. Amitba. Mingzhen had a calm expression and lowered his head slightly. He clasped his palms together before exclaiming a Buddhist proclamation softly. Behind him, a green lotus surfaced and blossomed softly with a bright Buddha light that seemed as though it could cleanse the world of all evil. The green lotus rose slowly and stopped the descent of the 7-floor pagoda. Creak! Creak! While there was no earth-shaking explosion from the collision of the two great phenomenons of Buddhism, the entire stone platform creaked. While the 7-floor pagoda was strong, it could not do anything to that pure and flawless green lotus. Monk Jian Kong's eyes widened and his features began to contort as he continued imbuing with spirit energy. Mingzhen's palms were clasped together as he chanted Buddhist sutras softly with a lowered head. It looked as though he was undergoing a normal day of cultivation at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo said softly, Jian Kong lost. Jian Kong desired the win too badly. Because of that, his mental state became disadvantaged instead. However, Mingzhen maintained his normal composure. To compete or not to compete. One has no competitors if he does not compete. The difference between them was clear. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The 7-floor pagoda had already fallen but the green lotus was still there. Monk Jian Kong collapsed onto the stone platform with a pale expression. Mingzhen rose and merely raised his head slightly to express a humble thanks before making his leave calmly. Chapter 741, Final Battle. Chapter 741, Final Battle. There were only 2 ranking battles remaining. The top 4 of the phenomenon ranking was going to be determined with the 2 battles. The next battle was between Ren Tu of Azura sect and Su Cheng of Zephyr Thunder Palace. The fight between them was even more intense. Both of them were almost representative of the peak of the Golden Core realm for the Immortal and Fiend sections. After 1,000 years, there was finally another cultivator from Azura sect who managed to fuse Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea together and burst forth with a frightening might. At the same time, Su Cheng was also one of the few paragons in Zephyr Thunder Palace that managed to cultivate the apocalyptic Five Thunders. Both of them possessed a myriad of cultivation techniques and secret skills from the Tao of the Immortals and Fiends. Lightning flashed in a blinding manner and the blood sea raged with a torrential blood stench on the stone platform. The power of thunder was the most effective counter against evil and fiends. However, Ren Tu's fiend techniques were way too terrifying and there were at least thousands of vengeful souls circling him with a sinister aura. Even the power of thunder could not purge them completely. Both of them had met a strong foe. It was only after a grueling duel when they were both almost exhausted that Ren Tu stood out with a slight edge to claim victory. The end of that battle meant that the ranking of the new phenomenon ranking was almost entirely determined. There was only one last battle left. All eyes were on this. It was destined that among the two of them, one person was going to leave an unparalleled mark in history today. Dean opened his eyes with a deep gaze. As though he had fused into the universe, his aura became chaotic, ethereal, and unfathomable. He rested with his eyes closed throughout the entire ranking battle earlier on and was not bothered to watch. Be it Monk Jian Kong, Ming Zhen, Ren Tu, Su Cheng, or anyone else, their fights were not worthy of his time. It was only at that moment that Dean rose slowly. An ancient aura of a lord overlooking the world was exuded and the cultivators present felt their hearts skip a beat. Even people the likes of Ren Tu and Su Cheng frowned at the sight of Dean at that moment as a feeling of uncontrollable defeat surged into their hearts. It was way too scary. Before he even attacked, the pressure he exerted on everyone in the vicinity was already this terrifying. Not many people have witnessed Dean fight ever since he obtained the top spot of the phenomenon ranking 100 years ago. That was because there were not many cultivators that were worthy of him fighting. To think that a monster incarnate would appear out of thin air 20 years ago and similar to him, left a name on the ancient phenomenon stele that would last through eternity. Be careful. Lin Xuanji reminded with a voice transmission, I heard from seniors in my sect that he is not only terrifyingly talented, he is even blessed with great fortune. He managed to obtain a legacy of the Golden Core realm left behind by the human emperor in a ruin. It is said that this legacy of the Golden Core realm is complete and is superior to many secret skills, spirit arts, and even body-tempering techniques of Glass Palace and Overlord Palace. He is definitely not inferior to you in melee combat. Su Zimo nodded silently. Lin Xuanji was not wrong. They had a short melee combat exchange previously at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, resulting in broken bones and light injuries for the both of them. Up till this point of Su Zimo's cultivation, Dean was the only one who could defend and even undo a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness. However, that was 10 years ago. Su Zimo's golden core had not fully recovered 10 years ago. He was also not at the perfected stage for his inner core. For the past 10 years, he took in the spirit water at the backyard of the old temple continuously and his body was refined further to a terrifying degree. After he entered the ancient battlefield, he obtained the refinement of the electric pool in the astral dragon sputum lair and right now, his inner core was already at the perfected stage. Su Zimo believed that if he channeled his golden core and inner core at the same time and released his blood chi together, that amount of power was something that even Dean who had obtained the legacy of the human emperor would not be able to endure. Right then, Dean turned around slowly. He gazed at Su Zimo who was not far away and said slowly, I'll let you accomplish something. Among the paragons that leave their names on the ancient phenomenon stele, you will be the one that dies the fastest. Confidence. That confidence came from his 100 unrivaled years. A tremendous pressure gushed over. When it reached Su Zimo, it dissipated silently into emptiness. Su Zimo had a calm expression and replied indifferently, I have the same intentions as well. Dian smiled in disdain and flashed. Su Zimo leaped at almost the same time and the two of them arrived on the stone platform. I'll make one thing clear beforehand. Suddenly, Perfected Lord Hun Yi spoke, this phenomenon ranking belongs to the human race. I don't care if you're a demon or just someone who has cultivated demonic cultivation techniques, I forbid you from using any means available to demons. If you dare use any of them, I'll kill you personally. Perfected Lord Hun Yi said the last sentence with a cold, murderous aura. Perfected Lord Yujun frowned slightly. With that, the battle became unfavorable for Su Zimo. How long could Su Zimo last in Dian's hands after his demonic capabilities? Perfected Lord Yujun wanted to speak but stopped. Although he wanted to help, he could not refute Perfected Lord Hun Yi's words. After all, this was a fight for the phenomenon ranking. If someone chose to compete for the phenomenon ranking using means of the demon race, it would definitely be somewhat inappropriate and incur objections. Su Zimo, if you disagree, we can forfeit this battle. Perfected Lord Yujun said deeply, the rewards for the second place of the phenomenon ranking are decent as well. Su Zimo could tell that Perfected Lord Yujun had his interests at heart. Perfected Lord Yujun was worried that half of Su Zimo's combat strength would be crippled without access to his demonic capabilities, he might be killed by Dian on the stone platform without a chance to even escape. Su Zimo, are you afraid? Are you thinking of running? Dian's eyes were filled with mockery. Escape? Su Zimo sneered and said slowly, I can still suppress you even without demonic capabilities. Well. Dian's eyes shone as he nodded. Let's see what you have to suppress me. Swash. No one saw how Dian exerted his strength but in a flash, he appeared right in front of Su Zimo. They were dozens of feet apart but he closed in instantly at an extremely fast speed. Splash. The sound of Dian's blood flow echoed from within his body like a raging tide. Tsunami blood. That was the highest realm of the power of bloodline. Even Shiwuya of Glass Palace and Pang Yu of Overlord Palace who specialized in body tempering were not at that level. Swoosh. A gigantic fist flew out and expanded gradually. A torrential power crushed forward as though it could destroy all living things. The air current in the void was compressed to its limits and became incomparably scorching. They've begun. So fast. To think that it's a melee combat fight. A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. All the cultivators knew that melee combat was the most dangerous. For paragons and monster incarnates of that level, a split second was all that was required to secure victory in a melee combat fight. A split second was the difference between life and death. All the cultivators present watched with widened eyes and did not dare to blink, afraid that they might miss out on anything in that brief moment. Little Fatty and the others tensed up subconsciously as well with nervous expressions on their faces. They did not know whether Su Zimo could defend against the frighteningly powerful attacks of Dian without his demonic capabilities. Chapter 742, Great Chaos Essence Palm. Chapter 742, Great Chaos Essence Palm. Instinctively, Su Zimo wanted to release a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering, when he was faced with the punch with a torrential might that resembled an emperor looking down on the world. This was his combat instinct. Combat instinct was for someone to make the right call and judgment through muscle memory. Although one might be in a blank state of mind at the moment of an enemy's attack, their bodies can react without thinking. At many times, it wasn't because someone could not see the attacks of their enemies, it was because it was too late by the time they thought about how to deal with the attack or dodge it. Their talent in melee combat relied entirely on their instincts. However, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled that Sanguine Ape Fruit Offering was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness and was considered as a technique of demons. At this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had cultivated the killing moves in the mystic classic of the 12 Demon Kings of the Great Wilderness to a point where he was mentally and physically harmonized with it in a mysterious manner. If the bystanders were to close their eyes, instead of Su Zimo, they would witness a sanguine ape demon king with a torrential blood stench and killing intent in their minds instead of Su Zimo. Perfected Lord Han Yi and the others would definitely attack him. That single thought caused Su Zimo to hesitate and his aura was disadvantaged instantly. He did not have time to counterattack and could only defend passively. In that flustered moment, Su Zimo merely managed to prop his arms up. By then, Di Yin's fist had already descended. Bang! Their flesh and bones collided. Thud! Su Zimo's bloodline gushed and he staggered a step back. Up till this point of his cultivation, Su Zimo had been in many fights and overwhelmed countless strong foes. However, this was the first time that someone could knock him back in melee combat. He lost the initiative with a single distracted thought. A monster incarnate like Di Yin would definitely not let that opportunity slip. Di Yin strode forward and hurled his arms, smashing down like a steel whip violently on Su Zimo. The wind howled. Su Zimo had a calm expression that had no trace of panic. His bloodline surged with the sound of raging tides as his bones crackled. Swoosh! Su Zimo threw out a punch along Di Yin's arm. A ball of blinding light was released by that punch. 6 spirit patterns, a connate spirit weapon. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. That connate spirit glove was obtained by Su Zimo from the Glass Palace cultivators he destroyed early on when he entered the ancient battlefield. No matter how strong or tough Di Yin's body or arm was, he could not withstand the impact of a connate spirit weapon. Di Yin's lips curled and a mocking look flashed through his eyes. Just as his arm was about to make contact with the connate spirit weapon, Di Yin changed tactics and spread his arms. His fist opened up and he slapped down on Su Zimo's head with his palm. Cripple! Di Yin roared with a murderous intent. Su Zimo's expression changed. There was a powerful mincing force from Di Yin's palm. It was like a gigantic mill that suppressed Su Zimo's fist at the bottom, swiveling, suppressing and mincing continuously. In fact, the energy it gave off had already penetrated the surface of the glove and was acting on Su Zimo's fist directly. Su Zimo could clearly feel his fist and arm being pushed down by a gigantic mill, but he could not break free at all. Great Chaos Essence Palm. In the crowd below, Lin Xuanji murmured softly with a grim expression. The Great Chaos Essence Palm was a secret skill unique to Chaos Essence Sect and was extremely frightening. At its limit, a single palm strike was enough to split mountains. Cultivators that wore connate-grade defensive spirit weapons would appear fine on the surface. However, their organs would be ruptured into sludge, killing them completely. The Great Chaos Essence Palm ground through everything. Even a connate spirit energy could not withstand the grinding power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Thud! Su Zimo staggered another step back and shrugged his arm gently, secretly alarmed. If he had not released tidal might at the very last moment, his arm would have been crippled and he would have been severely injured after that exchange. Su Zimo had not procrastinated for the past few years after the Azura, Yen Beichen, imparted to him the tidal manual. There were a total of 9 levels to tidal might. Right now, Su Zimo was at level 3. Di Yin was even more alarmed. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Su Zimo would be able to defend the instant he changed tactics during their fight and released the Great Chaos Essence Palm. However, the moment they collided, 3 layers of power surged forth from Su Zimo's fist, resembling crushing tides. That power was the thing that dispersed the grinding power of his great chaos essence palm. There was no time for him to ponder deeper about that question during a fight. Now that Dian had the initiative and a tremendous aura, there was no way he was going to give up on his superior position as he charged forward once again. He extended his arm and crushed down on Su Zimo once more. Bang! 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 The dull thuds of their collision sounded repeatedly. Dian pushed in continuously. Su Zimo was forced back endlessly. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, Dian revealed his frightening talent in melee combat and even managed to cancel out killing moves of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness in succession. Now that Su Zimo was unable to make use of his demonic techniques, his strength was significantly reduced and he could not release many melee combat killing moves as well. He was hard-pressed to reverse the situation in that short period of time and was suppressed by Dian constantly. He could be killed at any moment. Sigh, the difference between them is too great. To think that Dian would suppress Su Zimo right from the start of the battle. Su Zimo is completely helpless. That's right, the only thing that remains is how long Su Zimo can survive. Although he has the title of the strongest monster incarnate in history, he is still inferior compared to Dian. Actually, the situation can be considered rather decent. The fact that Su Zimo is able to withstand so many attacks from Dian is already proof of his strength. The crowd discussed. Little Fatty and the others had grim, nervous expressions and their bodies were strung tensely, afraid that something might happen to Su Zimo. Relax. At the side, Lin Xuanji was extremely calm as he pointed to the two people on the stone platform. Take a good look. Although Zimo seems disadvantaged and has been on the retreat, there aren't any signs of his defeat. This still remains an extremely close fight. On the stone platform, Dian's flurry of attacks was getting faster and more intense. His agility was frighteningly fast as he flickered left and right. His palm technique was even more terrifying as hundreds of afterimages from his palm rained down from above and all directions, pushing toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Although he was on the retreat, the glint in his eyes merely intensified. Even without his demonic capabilities, he had many trump cards still. Pa! All of a sudden, a Sanskrit word boomed without warning. Su Zimo uttered Sanskrit and clasped his palms together. His forefingers made contact while his other four fingers intercrossed into a mysterious spirit seal. After he conjured that spirit seal, Su Zimo stopped retreating instantly. It was as though roots had grown beneath his feet that connected him with the stone platform. His body was unshakable like a mountain. Dian shuddered. His bloodline and spirit energy was interrupted by that Sanskrit word and there was a momentary sluggishness. At the same time, his great chaos essence palm was slightly affected as well. Above the clouds, the expressions of several nascent souls from the Buddhist sects changed as they exclaimed, "Immovable foundation seal." Even Monk Yin Lu let out a beguiled expression as he muttered softly, "How is that possible?" Chapter 743, Trump Cards. Chapter 743, Trump Cards. The Immovable Foundation Seal was a top-tier dermic seal from the Daming True Sutra of the Buddhist monasteries. However, the Daming True Sutra was lost along with the annihilation of Daming Monastery. To think the world-cleansing Green Lotus phenomenon of Fahua Monastery was not the only thing that reappeared during this phenomenon ranking. A lost dermic seal of Daming Monastery was here as well. Monk Yuan Kong, Monk Wei Fu and a few other nascent souls of the Buddhist monasteries exchanged bright glances. The Immovable Foundation seal possessed an extremely frightening defensive capability when it was released together with the Daming mantra, rooting a foundation to the ground like an immovable mountain. When Dian's great chaos essence palm landed on Su Zimo, streams of divinely Buddha light were triggered and a tremendous amount of energy was reflected. Su Zimo did not budge at all. As for Di'in, his torrential flurry of attacks paused momentarily. Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his lips moved as he uttered another Sanskrit word. Ma. The Sanskrit rang throughout the world. At the same time, he reached out with his palm and another Buddhist dermic seal was formed as spirit energy gushed. A bright golden palm appeared in midair with outstretched fingers, resembling a jail that moved to imprison Di'in. It was one of the Daming dermic seals, Immortal trap seal. Even immortals could be trapped by that dermic seal. Su Zimo managed to stabilize the situation with the immovable foundation seal and counterattacked for the first time. Di'in was expressionless and the muscles on his ears twitched, causing them to close sinisterly in the direction of his cheeks. The sound of the outside world was entirely blocked off. With that, the power of the Daming mantra decreased significantly right away. Annihilation Sword Qi. Against the incoming gigantic golden palm of the Immortal trap seal, Di'in let out a long howl and his fingers shuffled to create a hand seal, causing a gray, hazy stream of sword Qi to burst forth from his fingertip. The sword Qi streaked through the air and devoured the life and spirit Qi in the voids completely. That's a secret skill of the human emperor. As the current generation's legacy disciple of Enigma Palace, Lin Xuanji was knowledgeable and recognized the background of that sword Qi right away. Di'in has indeed obtained the legacy of the human emperor. Sizzle. A jarring sound was released as the sword Qi glided across the golden palm. Instantly, a gray scar appeared in the middle of the palm. Boom! The golden palm was sliced into 2 parts by that sword Qi. Is that all you've got? Di'in sneered. Before his laughter stopped, he was overwhelmed by the deafening sounds of sword Qi blanketing the air. Clang! Clang! Streams of sword Qi streaked one after another through the void in a blinding manner. There were 27 flying swords and all of them were at supreme grade. Furthermore, each individual sword shone with blinding lightning with electric currents that coiled around them in an extraordinary manner. The flying swords followed a unique trajectory and left scars in midair, rapidly forming an extremely sharp formation. Ah, to think that it's a sword formation. Who would have expected that Su Zimo had that up his sleeves? In the crowd, the paragon of ancient array sect gazed at the stone platform, frowning in deep thoughts. Although the gleam from the sword formation was so frightening, he could not identify its origin. Have a taste of my capabilities as well. Su Zimo shouted and controlled the level 3 illumination sword formation, engulfing it over Di'in. Sword Qi buzzed and swiveled endlessly in midair like a blazing sun. It gave off a destructive aura as though it could rip everything apart. Oam. Ma. Sanskrit sounded once more. Both Su Zimo's hands shuffled to form different spirit seals and his golden core spun. Spirit energy gushed, forming a halo with a saintly glow behind his head. The Fiend Suppression Seal and Demon Subduing Seal. 2 other Daming dermic seals appeared at the same time. 2 gigantic golden palms surfaced and crushed Di'in from 2 different directions. It was not over yet. After he released the 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries, Su Zimo channeled a mental technique and gestured as though he was hugging a ball in the air in front of him. A flare burst forth in his palms and a fireball was gathered. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward. The humongous fireball bolted forward and the temperature in the void climbed rapidly. While it was in midair, the fireball suddenly exploded into dozens of fist-sized fireballs, raining down like a fire rain of a spewing volcano. Instant thunder. Dark clouds lined up above Di'in's head and spun continuously, forming a gigantic pitch-black vortex. Lightning flashed, thunder crackled, and the entire world spun. A thunderbolt thicker than a water bucket struck down ferociously towards Di'in. Shocking. Horrifying. Incomparable. At that moment, more than 100,000 cultivators beneath the stone platform and the 17 nascent souls were dumbstruck with shock in their eyes. Nobody expected Su Zimo's counterattack to be this domineering, sharp, ferocious and suffocating. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo released multiple spirit arts and secret skills. Apart from the sword formation, there were even lost secret skills of the Buddhist monasteries, fire spirit arts and thunder spirit arts that Zephyr Thunder Palace specialized in. Ren Tu, Su Cheng and everyone else watched with widened eyes. If they had to face such a terrifying attack, they would only be able to escape if they released their golden core phenomenon. Di narrowed his eyes without a trace of panic in them. Slash. He controlled Annihilation Sword Chi and struck the core of Illumination Sword Formation. That was the brightest spot of the sword formation and also its weakest point. Instantly, Illumination Sword Formation shattered. Annihilation Sword Chi dimmed lifelessly and dissipated from the world as well. Mountain Support Technique. Di shuffled his hands rapidly and conjured a spirit art, creating 2 spirit mountains that towered into the clouds in front of him that shielded him from the 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries. Bang! Bang! The 2 dermic seals collided against the spirit mountains and let out deafening explosions. Extinguish. Di opened his mouth and a terrifying air current transformed into a cyclone in midair, extinguishing the incoming fireballs. Pust. All the cultivators gasped when they saw that. This was beyond the scope of spirit arts and secret skills. Even if everyone present had the method of cultivating that secret skill, none of them would be able to do it. It required an extremely powerful lung. Without the support of an immensely strong bloodline and organs, one's lungs would explode if they released that secret skill. The only thing that troubled Di was instant thunder. It was too fast. Di did not have time to conjure a spirit art and secret skill to defend against it. He raised his head. His pupils constricted swiftly like a round moon that was being devoured, leaving nothing but a pair of crescent moons surrounded by a milky white shade. His visual technique, Eclipse Eye. 2 cold beams shone in Di eyes. Right in front of everyone, the thick thunderbolt that descended from midair was sliced apart by the 2 cold beams, turning into pieces that sizzled wildly. That was the power of visual techniques. A frightening burst of killing power could be released with just a pair of eyes. Di released secret skills in succession and defended the entirety of Su Zimo's frightening attack. For the cultivators watching below, it felt as though the world had opened up. Well, well, well. Di nodded repeatedly with a cold gaze that did not conceal his killing intent and shouted, "There has never been a cultivator who could force me to use my spirit weapon in 100 years. You're the first." Chapter 744, Great Qian Imperial Seal. Chapter 744, Great Qian Imperial Seal. For 100 years, Di palms were enough to suppress everyone of the same cultivation realm. In fact, his palms could snap and crush supreme-grade spirit weapons with ease. Even perfect spirit weapons could barely hurt him. If any cultivator brought out a connate spirit weapon, he could avoid it with his many combat skills and kill his opponent. But now, against Su Zimo's ferocious attacks, Di could not hold it in any longer. He slapped his storage bag and an imperial seal appeared in his palm. It looked extraordinary and a glow swiveled around it. Go! He pushed forward and the imperial seal flew from his hand. It expanded rapidly in midair like a gigantic mountain and gave off an extremely frightening might that conquered everything around it. A sentence was etched beneath the imperial seal: "The emperor shall live a long and prosperous life with the mandate of the heavens." Ah! That looks like the heirloom imperial seal of the great Qian Empire. There's no mistake, that's it. To think that this treasure would end up in Di hands after the destruction of the great Qian Empire. There's no doubt that this man is born to be an emperor and possess great fortune. The heirloom imperial seal was made from a natural jade rock that absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. There were 6 spirit patterns on the surface of the jade rock by nature. Later on, a weapon refinement grandmaster gave it a light touch-up and it became the heirloom Imperial seal. Legend has it that the Imperial seal was kept in the palace of the Great Qian Empire to undergo the baptism of dragon vein qi. The Emperor of Great Qian carried it wherever he went, and as time went by, the might of an emperor was nurtured in the Imperial seal. Although the Imperial seal was made from a piece of jade, it was extremely tough and could snap metal and suppress all living beings. This was a true weapon that supported a nation. Back when the Great Qian Empire was destroyed and the 4 vassal states of each direction rose, flames of war raged on everywhere. Every single vassal state wanted to get their hands on this heirloom Imperial seal of the Great Qian Empire. It was even said that whoever possessed the heirloom Imperial seal could rebuild a new domineering empire to rule through history. Even now, when the North region is split into 4, for the past 10,000 years, the Great Zhou, Great Shang, Great Xia, and Great Yu dynasties never gave up on their search for the heirloom Imperial seal. Unfortunately, it was all to no avail. To think that the Great Qian Imperial seal would be in Di Yin's hands. Kneel! Di Yin shouted with a bright gaze. The Great Qian Imperial seal descended slowly and a massive empire was conjured around the Imperial seal, it crushed down with the might that could support an entire nation. Su Zimo was expressionless and slapped his storage bag, causing a gigantic seal to appear in his palms. His seal was squarish and golden with a divine dragon coiling above it in a lifelike manner. This is. Above the clouds, the expressions of many nascent souls changed as they could not help but turn towards the aura given off by the gigantic seal. Di Yin frowned slightly. Even in the battlefield, he could clearly sense the power contained by the gigantic golden seal. That power had not been released just yet. However, there was a probability that it was not inferior to the Great Qian Imperial seal once it was released. What was that thing that had the power to contend against the Great Qian Imperial seal? That should be a treasure in the human emperor's palace. Although Lin Xuanji had not seen the coiling dragon seal before, he could roughly guess where it was from. There was truly nothing much that could compare to the Great Qian Imperial seal in terms of might. A treasure of the human emperor was definitely one of them. No matter what, the owner of the Great Qian Imperial seal was merely the Emperor of Great Qian. However, the owner of the coiling dragon seal was the legendary human emperor. You want me to kneel? Su Zimo sneered and propped up the coiling dragon seal, injecting spirit energy into it. Whoosh! 6 spirit lights shone in a bedazzling manner. The divine dragon that was initially coiled above the seal seemed to have awoken as it opened its eyes suddenly. It gave off a shuddering aura that seemed as though it could crush the voids and suppress all living beings. Roar! A dragon roar sounded. The coiling dragon seal flew from his hand and turned into a golden streak of light, smashing violently into the Great Qian Imperial seal. Boom! There was a deafening sound. Streaks of resplendent lights could be seen from the collision point. Golden light spilled everywhere as a dragon danced in the air. The Great Qian Imperial seal was suppressed and trembled endlessly by the coiling dragon seal, the glow around the jade dimmed significantly. However, the Great Qian Imperial seal was a connate spirit weapon after all. Although the coiling dragon seal was strong, it could not suppress the former within a short period of time. The killing intent in Di Yin's eyes deepened after his moves were cancelled by Su Zimo one after another. He swiped his storage bag and withdrew 2 cold truncheons that were made of mystical metal. That's the weapon that Di Yin used 100 years ago. It's a connate spirit weapon called the Extreme Frost Truncheons. Lin Xuanji said deeply, a mighty figure of Chaos Essence sect headed to the depths of the North Pole personally to retrieve the frost ores. He had a weapon refinement grandmaster of 100 refinement sect refine them into the truncheons. 4 foot in length and 10,000 pounds in weight, it can split mountains. Demonis G nodded as well. In the ancient battlefield 100 years ago, countless weapons were destroyed by the pair of extreme frost truncheons. There were many paragons that died to them as well. Kill. In a flash, Qian charged before Su Zimo wielding the extreme frost truncheons in his hands. Swash! A frost wave descended from midair. The air in the surroundings froze almost instantly. Against the shroud of the extreme frost truncheons, Su Zimo could clearly sense his bloodline and spirit energy churning with a tinge of sluggishness. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. Even he was affected given his physique, bloodline and the quality of his golden core. If it was anybody else, their spirit energy and bloodline would freeze up the moment they made contact with the truncheons. Su Zimo channeled his bloodline and the sound of a tsunami surged from within his body. His golden core spun wildly. He swiped his storage bag and blood quencher appeared in his hands. Countercurrent. Swoosh. The sound of a raging tide burst forth as a blood beam shone brightly and surged in reverse. Su Zimo did not retreat at all against Qian's attack. Instead, he made a powerful counterattack and released countercurrent from the sea calming manual. When he released his saber technique, it was as though waters from the sea had appeared in a massive manner. The frost from the extreme frost truncheons could freeze rivers and lakes, but it could not freeze a boundless ocean. Tsunami blood. Spirit energy was released relentlessly with a tidal might. His saber force resembled an ocean. The extreme frost truncheons could not freeze his bloodline, spirit energy, or saber technique. Clang! Blood quencher collided violently against the extreme frost truncheons. Crack! 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 A layer of frost appeared on blood quencher's blade and spread toward Su Zimo's palm that was on the handle. I'll destroy it even if it's a connate spirit weapon. Qian smirked with a cold gaze. Not necessarily. Su Zimo was expressionless as he swiped his palm gently across the saber's blade. A streak of fresh blood splashed onto the blade. It was scorching hot. Buzz. As though it was triggered, blood quencher suddenly became excited. It quivered and buzzed endlessly as its blood beam expanded and stripped away the frost on its blade. The reason why blood quencher was able to evolve to become a connate spirit weapon was because it was soaked and refined in the blood of countless experts in the backyard of the old temple at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley. Blood quencher was a ferocious weapon. It was extremely bloodthirsty. The stronger the bloodline, the more excited it was. Now that it tasted Su Zimo's blood, it instantly released a terrifying power. Blood chi emanated and managed to envelope the extreme frost truncheons. The extreme frost truncheons could not even freeze that blood chi. However, that was merely the start of Su Zimo's counterattack. Chapter 745, Chaos Ocean. Chapter 745, Chaos Ocean. A blood beam exploded from blood quencher and it let out a torrential ferocity after consuming Su Zimo's blood. Su Zimo pushed forward and his saber force transformed after the steely tough countercurrent. Blood quencher moved in from a tricky angle and stabbed below Qian's ribs. At the same time, Qian felt his vision blur. A fiendish phantom shifted and the shuddering sounds of ghosts wailing sounded beside his ears. Azura Saber. The saber technique that supported Azura sect. Most of the cultivators present were paragons of their respective sects and recognized the origin of that saber technique right away. Is that even real, or is it just resembling the form of Azura Saber? Resembling the form? How can it be fake when the saber force of Azura Saber was already out? He has clearly obtained the legacy of Azura Saber. Ren Tu's expression was terrible. Although he was a paragon of Azura sect and even managed to fuse Corpse Mountain and Blood Sea, his cultivation of Azura Saber was not at that level. In other words, it meant that Azura Saber was even stronger in Su Zimo's hands than it was in his. The nascent soul of Azura sect knitted his brows tightly. Azura Saber was the saber technique that was used to support Azura sect and would never be imparted to outsiders. Where did Su Zimo learn it from? Furthermore, by the looks of it, it was clear that he had truly obtained its legacy. Azura sect sure is generous to impart Azura Saber to an outsider. Perfected Lord Hun Yi glared at the perfected Lord of Azura sect and said coldly. He. Perfected Lord Tian Ming of Zephyr Thunder Palace gave an odd chuckle. We don't even know if he's a human just yet. If he turns out to be a demon, Azura sect will definitely be the enemy of everyone in the world for colluding with demons. To hell with you. The perfected Lord of Azura sect was already frustrated when he saw that his sect's secret skill was leaked. When he heard those people from the Immortal sects try and pin the blame on him, he could not help but lash out at them. We can talk about this in the future. Everyone, let us just watch the battle. Perfected Lord Yujun finally spoke and interrupted the argument between the few nascent souls. The tides on the battlefield were slowly shifting. After Blood Quencher, Su Zimo released two top-tier saber techniques, Azura Saber and the Sea Calming Manual, perfectly. There was no sign of conflict between the two saber techniques of the distinctly different Immortal and Fiend Daos. One moment it was righteous raging tides that surged forward with a steely intent. The next moment, there were chilling white bones from hell that gave off a sinister aura. His movements were natural and filled with imagination. Although Su Zimo could not use his demonic capabilities, he had two top-tier saber techniques of the Immortal and Fiend Daos. No other cultivator in the same realm could compare against him in saber mastery. Coupled with a killing weapon like Blood Quencher, his strength was even more frightening. Su Zimo released his saber force and pushed forward, suppressing Di'in completely. Di'in could only defend passively. Furthermore, he looked like he was in a pathetic state as he defended desperately. With his extreme frost truncheons, Di'in's physique and power of bloodline was definitely not inferior to Su Zimo. However, he was drowned by Corpse Mountain Blood Sea, Azura white bones and malevolent ghosts all around him. The deafening sound of a tsunami echoed around him and rattled his mind. That saber technique was enough to shake the mind of a cultivator. If it was a cultivator with a weak resolve, he would definitely reveal an opening and be slashed down by Su Zimo. Di'in retreated continuously and his eclipse eye shimmered darkly. He kept a clear mind and swung both truncheons to create ice walls around him. Cling! Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang incessantly and sparks flew as Blood Quencher collided against the extreme frost truncheons. The two monster incarnates were in an earth-shaking battle on the stone platform. The spirit arts, secret skills and countless combat skills released by the two of them during the fight broadened the perspective of the cultivators watching below and they benefited immensely. Little Fatty and the others watched fixedly with tense expressions, nervous the entire time. Although Su Zimo was in the lead right now, the outcome was still not determined. This was not the limit to Di'in's strength and terror. To think that Su Zimo could actually push Di'in to such a state. By the looks of things, he might truly be able to overpower Di'in. He will break down the legend and become the top of the phenomenon ranking as the new #1 perfected being. On the stone platform, the frequency of Su Zimo's attacks increased as he tightened his saber force and restricted Di'in's available space continuously. Di'in's eyes were fuming with a repressed rage. Initially, he thought that he would be able to suppress Su Zimo with ease. To think that he would be forced to such a state by the latter. Ah! Di'in roared into the skies and released a shuddering aura. The void around him quaked and the stone platform creaked loudly. Against the suppression of the aura, Su Zimo's initial relentless saber force dissipated, it could not defend against the aura. Ah! Cries of surprises came from the crowd. Many cultivators felt goosebumps on their bodies. It was a golden core phenomenon. That was the aura of a golden core phenomenon. The legendary phenomenon of the human emperor was finally going to reappear. An ocean appeared behind Diin, riding above darkness and light. It was chaotic, dusky and rumbled intensely. Light, darkness, wind, fire or thunder that approached the ocean were all devoured by it completely and vanished. Dimensional space was not existent in that chaotic ocean. Time seemed to be mixed up in that chaotic ocean. The human emperor's phenomenon, Chaos Ocean. Many cultivators found themselves drawn into Chaos Ocean mentally after looking at it for a prolonged period. All of them lost their consciousness and had lost expressions. Thump. A cultivator fell forward stiffly, devoid of any life within him. He was dead. Chaos Ocean unified heaven and earth and could devour everything in the world, turning them into chaos. Be careful, don't look at it for too long. Lin Xuanji knew how terrifying that phenomenon was and warned little Fatty and the others hurriedly. If that was the case for the cultivators below, it was difficult to imagine the pressure that was mounted on Su Zimo when he was right in the middle of the battlefield directly in front of Chaos Ocean. Blood Quencher could not push forward against Chaos Ocean, as though it sank into a swamp. Its initial fervent and buzzing blade went still instantly. Gradually, the 6 spirit lights on the saber dimmed as well. Su Zimo took a deep breath and his pupils constricted sharply. How scary. If Blood Quencher was tossed into Chaos Ocean, it won't be long before that connate spirit weapon was damaged severely and it might even become irreparable. That was the phenomenon of the human emperor that dominated throughout history. In the face of Chaos Ocean, Su Zimo felt waves of suffocation as his essence, blood, spirit energy and even life force and soul were being yanked forcefully from his body. In that brief moment of contact, Su Zimo felt his lifespan drained significantly. Di Yin's eyes shone with a faint look of mockery as he raised his arm and pointed forward. The Chaos Ocean behind him moved forward and engulfed Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. If he was devoured by that ocean that could even cripple connate spirit weapons, he would die for sure. Chapter 746, New Climax. Chapter 746, New Climax. How should one defend against such a frightening golden core phenomenon? The moment Chaos Ocean rose, the other 8 monster incarnates in the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking felt a sense of helplessness surge in their hearts. It was especially so for Ren Tu, Su Cheng, Monk Jian Kong and the others. Initially, they wanted to overthrow Diin during the phenomenon ranking this time round. It was only at this moment that they realized the immense difference between them and Diin. That phenomenon is clearly much stronger than it was 100 years ago. Seems like Diin did not waste his time suppressing his cultivation for the past 100 years. Instead, he has gained an even deeper understanding towards Chaos Ocean. I've got to extend my congratulations to Chaos Essence Sect. Monk Yuan Kong said, without a doubt, Diin will definitely be at the top of the phenomenon ranking this time round. Once he advances to the nascent soul realm, Chaos Essence Sect will gain another perfected lord. Given Di Yin's strength, it was almost certain that he would sweep through everyone of the same level and dominate Tianhuang mainland once he advances to the nascent soul realm. Perfected Lord Luo Shui had a grim expression. Even before Diin was at nascent soul realm, the power of his Chaos Ocean was already at the level of a nascent soul. There was a high chance that any ordinary nascent soul would be killed mercilessly if they fought against Diin. What a frightening person. Perfected Lord Luo Shui lamented internally and a hint of worry flashed through her eyes as she looked at the green figure fighting against Diin on the stone platform. Perfected Lord Yujun shook his head gently as well. The moment Diin released Chaos Ocean, it was clear to all the nascent souls present that the outcome of the battle was already determined. The only thing that they did not know was whether Su Zimo could survive. That lad was lauded as the strongest monster incarnate in history, had cultivated to the extreme foundation establishment realm and was said to be the second human emperor. All his titles were hard-earned from battle after battle without mistake. There was a chance he might have a trump card to help him survive this. Beneath the stone platform. What should we do? Little Fox looked at Lin Xuanji anxiously. Her watery, foxy eyes did not blink as she whispered, "Will Enigma Palace really not step in to save him if he's in danger?" Lin Xuanji laughed bitterly. Enigma Palace has never sided with any party and will definitely not interfere for personal reasons in a battle of this level. However, as long as Su Zimo can leave the radius of the stone platform in time, Dian won't be able to hunt him down. Monkey reared his head slightly with a prideful expression as he watched the battlefield in silence. He would definitely step in if Su Zimo was in danger. There were no rules in his heart. At the most, he would just fight the world even if it stood against him. On the stone platform, a shadow enveloped the place. Su Zimo did not dare to hesitate when he sensed the horrifying aura of Chaos Ocean. He let out a long roar and his golden core spun as phenomenons appeared behind him. Bang! Boom! Boom! The firmaments collapsed and lightning flashed with raging flood currents. The primordial divine turtle had descended. Crack! 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 The mountains cracked and volcanoes spewed with flowing lava. The primordial soaring serpent had descended. Su Zimo released both his primordial phenomenons at the same time in order to deal with Chaos Ocean. However, in the face of Chaos Ocean, the two primordial phenomenons shuddered the moment they appeared. The divine turtle cried tragically while the soaring serpent hissed as though they were under tremendous pressure. Not good. Lin Xuanji exclaimed internally when he saw that. Ugh! Perfected Lord Yujun sighed. If Su Zimo chose to retreat the moment Dian released Chaos Ocean and darted outside the perimeter of the phenomenon, he might have had a shot at survival. But now... Perfected Lord Yujun lamented internally, what a pity that a monster incarnate of the human race is going to die just like this. Ha ha ha. Above the clouds, Perfected Lord Hun Yi's eyes were filled with mockery as he reared his head in wild laughter. He truly doesn't know his limits, to think that he would want to try and fight against Chaos Ocean. Dian waved his arm and Chaos Ocean rumbled forward furiously, drowning the two phenomenons of the divine turtle and soaring serpent instantly. The two divine beings struggled continuously within Chaos Ocean but they could not break free and sank deeper instead. The luster on the two primordial phenomenons dimmed rapidly as though they could dissipate at any moment. How dare the light of a firefly try to compete against the shine of the moon for glory? Dian looked down like an unparalleled lord as he declared proudly, Extreme Foundation Establishment Realm? Double phenomenon? After today, they will be nothing but mere jokes. Ah! Su Zimo has sunk into Chaos Ocean and can't get out. He will die the moment his two phenomenons shatter. Judging the way things are going, he's not going to last long. The crowd discussed. Monkey gripped his fists tightly and his eyes shone with a scarlet blood glint. His fur stood on end and the demonic chi that exuded from his nose and mouth turned thicker and thicker. However, although he was within Chaos Ocean, Su Zimo's eyes did not contain the panic and fear that everyone imagined. Instead, they were still as water. Fuse. Su Zimo's golden core spun with its full strength as he closed his palms slowly before his chest. As he did that, the two great phenomenons behind him merged slowly and finally fused together. One was fire while the other was water. One was passive while the other was active. The two primordial divine beings were fused as one perfectly. The serpent and turtle were entwined and the black tortoise had descended. A shuddering aura spread forth, affecting all the spirit beasts, spirit demons reared by the cultivators present no matter their bloodlines or endowments. The moment the phantom of that gigantic black tortoise appeared, all of them felt chills and the urge to kneel down to it. It was a pressure that came from the depths of their souls and bloodlines. The black tortoise was one of the 4 sacred beasts and was the progenitor of many demon beasts and living beings. The 17 nascent souls present were surprised as well. What a frightening aura. To think that this lad this trump card up his sleeves. The power of that phenomenon has already surpassed the golden core realm and is at the nascent soul realm. The nascent souls present exchanged glances, shocked internally. What did that mean? It meant that both golden cores dueling on the stone platform possessed the power to slaughter through a major cultivation realm. They were able to kill nascent souls. A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. Nobody expected the outcome that was initially set to reach a new climax once more. Above the gloomy, chaotic ocean surface, a gigantic demon beast floated. Its back was inscribed with extremely mysterious runes as though they possessed the secrets of the universe. The black tortoise reared its head and glided through the ocean with its limbs. It could not sink further. Even Chaos Ocean could not drown that sacred beast. Legend has it that the 4 sacred beasts were born from the chaos that existed before the world was formed. How could water drown a fish? Su Zimo stood on the back of the black tortoise with his hands behind his back. His green robes fluttered and his black hair danced as he looked forward with a deep, domineering gaze. His figure stood on the black tortoise, as though that sacred beast was tamed and merely existed to serve his purpose. The scene was so shocking that it was etched into the hearts of every cultivator present. De narrowed his gaze as his golden core spun wildly. A series of waves raged within Chaos Ocean. The waters in the ocean were far from ordinary. Although they looked unassuming, every single splash was enough to kill any golden core present. The black tortoise glided with its full might against the current and its back shone with mysterious lights that repelled the incoming splashes of the ocean away from it. Its massive body bobbed up and down in the raging tides. A figure stood on its back the entire time in an unyielding manner. The 2 of them were now in a stalemate. It did not seem realistic for Chaos Ocean to drown the black tortoise within a short period of time. However, it was absolutely impossible for the black tortoise to get out of Chaos Ocean's zone as well. Chapter 747, True Trump Card. Chapter 747, True Trump Card. 2 figures stood in a stalemate on the stone platform. 2 glorious golden core phenomenons clashed repeatedly, letting out blinding lights. Deafening roars echoed everywhere. The surrounding spirit energy had already been sucked dry completely by the 2 great phenomenons. The sacred beast, the black tortoise. To think that he created a brand new golden core phenomenon that can stand against the human emperor's phenomenon. This alone is something that will make its mark in the history of the cultivation world. By the looks of it, everything is going to boil down to the endurance of their blood chi, stamina and spirit energy. On the stone platform, the 2 of them were in a stiff face-off. Neither of them dared to relax. If Su Zimo's spirit energy was insufficient, Chaos Ocean would drown the black tortoise instantly and drag him into the depths of the waters, ending his life. If Di Yin's spirit energy was weak, the black tortoise would also tear through Chaos Ocean and ram him to death. Both their golden cores spun furiously and injected spirit energy continuously. The 2 great golden core phenomenons collided even more intensely. The stone platform that was made from limestone quaked and creaked violently before collapsing right in front of everyone. The collision of the 2 great phenomenons destroyed the entire stone platform. Sand and rocks flew as dust billowed. The crowd was in chaos as all the cultivators scattered in retreat. If they were drawn in by the 2 phenomenons, even paragons like Ren Tu and Su Cheng would explode in a blood mist instantly. Above the clouds, perfected Lord Yujun rose and said deeply, "Everyone, both of them are extremely rare paragons for the human race. The death of either of them will definitely be an immense loss for our race." The two of them have fought to the point where even the stone platform shattered. Let's call it a draw. Monk Lu clasped his palms together and nodded. Excellent. Perfected Lord Luo Shui nodded as well. I agree. Draw? Perfected Lord Hun Yi sneered. You Jun, as a cultivator of Enigma Palace, don't you claim to be impartial and righteous? This fight has yet to end and you're talking about a draw? What a joke. Hun Yi, understand that my suggestion has no bias in it. Perfected Lord Yu Jun said deeply, at this point, nobody knows the outcome of the battle. It's just a matter of their stamina and intensity of spirit energy. If things drag on, Di'in might not necessarily win as well. That's right, I'm sure even Chaos Essence Sect doesn't wish to end up with an internecine outcome, Perfected Lord Luo Shui said coldly. Ha ha ha. As though he had heard the greatest joke in the world, Perfected Lord Han Yi shouted, internecine outcome? This has to be the greatest joke in the world. This unknown lad that popped out of nowhere really thinks that he's worthy of being compared to the legacy disciple of Chaos Essence Sect? I say it's a good thing that the stone platform is shattered. Perfected Lord Hun Yi stood up as well and declared coldly with a murderous aura, with that, there's no longer a restriction of area. That lad won't be able to escape even if he wants to and they can fight to their deaths. Perfected Lord Yu Jun's eyelids twitched when he heard that. Perfected Lord Han Yi said that with absolute confidence towards Di'in. Rather than blind faith, it seemed as though the latter had something else to rely on. Could Di'in have another trump card up his sleeves? The thought of that possibility gave Perfected Lord Yu Jun chills down his spine. The eyes of the other 16 nascent souls shone. Naturally, they understood what Perfected Lord Han Yi was implying as well. Monk Yuan Kong asked with a fake smile, fellow Taoist Han Yi, could it be that Di'in has something that we've yet to see? He he. Perfected Lord Han Yi laughed without answering directly. Instead, he said indifferently, the cultivators present today sure are fortunate to be able to witness the birth of a monster incarnate that can stand shoulder to shoulder. No, he might even be able to surpass the human emperor. Fight to their deaths. That was a remarkable appraisal. Shoulder to shoulder, or even surpass the human emperor. It was impossible for him to spout that in jest. In fact, he can't even mention that in jest. He was definitely backed by something. All the cultivators present, Perfected Lord Yu Jun included, were shocked. Right then, the dust and smoke of the stone platform ruins dispersed and two figures emerged once more. They were still in a stiff stalemate. Su Zimo stood on the black tortoise with a calm expression. Di'in's eyes carried the hint of mockery still as he smirked, glaring at Su Zimo haughtily as though he was far superior. Finally, Di'in spoke. Su Zimo, do you know why I said that the peak of the myriad phenomenon peak would be your death's gate? The cultivators beneath were immensely shocked. None of them could imagine Di'in to have excess strength such that he could afford the distraction to speak despite the intense clash. Di'in continued, do you know why I've never deemed you as somebody worthy? Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked at Di'in in silence. Di'in raised his head slightly with a proud expression and replied himself, that's because the difference between us is way too great. This is a difference that you can't even sense. What nonsense is that asshole spouting? Monkey grit his teeth and his eyes shone with a scarlet flash. Little Fatty and the others shook their heads. All the other cultivators were confused as well. You don't even know what trump cards I have up my sleeves. Di'in smiled gently as he spoke, seemingly to himself, I've never released this trump card before because it was initially meant for killing nascent souls. You sure are lucky to be the first person to die to my trump card. The crowd went dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with endless shock. Di'in had something else up his sleeves. In fact, his move could even kill nascent souls who were a major cultivation realm above him. Instantly, sweat poured down from Little Fatty's forehead as he murmured repeatedly, what should we do, what should we do? On the other hand, Lin Xuanji was instead not as nervous as he was earlier on. He merely gazed at Su Zimo with a slight frown and muttered, "Strange." Even he who was outside of the fight was shocked when he heard Di Yin's statement. However, Su Zimo, who was directly involved in the fight, was extremely calm and did not seem surprised. Di Yin glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and smiled gently. He extended his palm slowly and raised his brows. "Su Zimo, take a look. What is this?" Instantly, everyone's gaze turned to Di Yin's palm. In the center of his palm, a small green lotus gradually blossomed. It was pristine as jade and gave off a mysterious glow as though it could cleanse everything in the world. "Ah! This is... Could it be? That looks like the Buddhist monasteries." A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd, but none of them dared to continue. Above the clouds, the 17 nascent souls were shocked when they saw it. Their scalps prickled and all their hairs stood on end. Monk Yuan Kong's eyes widened with disbelief as he exclaimed, "World-cleansing green lotus." An uproar broke out the moment he mentioned those 4 words. Di Yin's voice sounded calmly, "Do you think that you're the only one with a double phenomenon?" Everyone turned silent. All the cultivators felt as though they were choked by a pair of invisible hands, as though a frightening aura suppressed them to a suffocating point where they could not breathe. Chapter 748, Chaos Green Lotus. Chapter 748, Chaos Green Lotus. When they saw the green lotus in Di Yin's hands, the eyes of many cultivators were filled with shock, disbelief, awe, and pity towards Su Zimo. The fight was over the moment Di Yin brought out the green lotus. Even Su Zimo's greatest glory could not compete against Di Yin. He had a double phenomenon. So did Di Yin. Furthermore, the 2 golden core peaks were almost representative of the epitome of the immortal and Buddhist Daos. All phenomenons in the world had to bow down when those 2 great phenomenons were brought out. Di Yin truly is someone with immense fortune. Not only did he obtain the human emperor's legacy, he even obtained the legacy of the Buddhist monasteries. If not for Di Yin, Su Zimo would indeed be worthy of his title as the strongest monster incarnate in history. Unfortunately, his greatest tragedy is being born in the same era and becoming enemies with Di Yin. Many cultivators discussed in hushed whispers. Little Fatty and the others were extremely anxious and had darkened expressions. Right now, the face-off between Chaos Ocean and the Black Tortoise phenomenon was a stalemate. Di Yin had Su Zimo completely suppressed the moment he brought out the world-cleansing green lotus. Ming Zhen opened his mouth slightly with a conflicted expression. Among all the cultivators present, he was probably the only one who knew how Di Yin cultivated the world-cleansing green lotus. Back in the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he was the one who handed Di Yin the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra personally. However, Ming Zhen truly had not expected Di Yin to comprehend its obscurities within a single month and cultivate that phenomenon of the Buddhist monasteries. What was a monster incarnate? He was an example of one. On the battlefield, Su Zimo stood on the black tortoise and looked at the green lotus on Di Yin's palm. However, his eyes merely flickered slightly without the fear and panic that everyone imagined he would possess. It was as though he was frightened stiff. Di Yin could not help but frown when he looked at Su Zimo opposite him. Su Zimo appeared way too calm. He felt disappointed when the shock and fear he anticipated was not present. Foo-foo. Di Yin sneered proudly, "Su Zimo, how long do you think your black tortoise phenomenon can last against my double phenomenon?" In truth, the instant the world-cleansing green lotus appeared, the phantom of the sacred beast, the black tortoise, shuddered momentarily. The limbs of the black tortoise struggled to advance and its body sank considerably. Di Yin flicked his palm forward gently and the green lotus in it floated into the chaos ocean. It flowed along with the tides and gradually fused as one with the ocean. Pust. This is. Above the clouds, many nascent souls gasped and their pupils constricted. Qian raised his chin and said slowly, "Today, I'll let you have a clear understanding of your death. Not only do I possess a double phenomenon, I've even fused these two great phenomenons of the Immortal and Buddhist Taoist together. This is an unprecedented golden core phenomenon that I shall name Chaos Green Lotus." When Chaos Green Lotus was formed, the initially noisy crowd went silent once more. Invincible. Monster incarnate. Unstoppable. Those were the only words in the minds of the cultivators. Any word paled in comparison to the sight of the Chaos Green Lotus. It was at that moment when many cultivators truly understood why perfected Lord Han Yi claimed that Qian could stand shoulder to shoulder with and even surpass the human emperor. If Qian could be compared to the human emperor because he cultivated a double phenomenon of chaos ocean and world-cleansing green lotus, he would have surpassed the human emperor completely by fusing them together as one to create a brand new golden core phenomenon. The power of that phenomenon was completely above chaos ocean. Notwithstanding the golden cores present, even the 17 nascent souls above the clouds felt chills run down their spine and were immensely threatened. This meant that the phenomenon could completely kill them. There was no longer anxiousness in the eyes of Little Fatty and the others. Instead, it was replaced by despair. If anyone else was up against an opponent as such, they would only be able to experience deep despair. This man is truly, way too strong. At that moment, Ji Qingtian could not do anything but lament helplessly. This was Qian's true trump card. Qian stood in the air above Chaos Ocean with a torrential aura. His figure was like an emperor that looked down on the world, nobody could reach him and everyone could merely look up at him. This was the number one perfected being. This was the number one of the Golden Core phenomenon ranking. Su Zimo, what do you have to fight me with? Who are you to try and kill me? Qian let out a deafening roar that resembled thunder. Along with Qian's voice, the green lotus that floated in the center of the ocean began to swivel. Petals opened up one after another as it blossomed and let out streams of resplendent lights. Every single lotus was etched with mysterious patterns that seemed as though they possessed the absolute truth of the universe. The green lotus blossomed and let out a world-cleansing glow. The black tortoise's phantom shuddered and its glow dimmed as though it could disperse at any moment. "Mister, hurry and run." Little Fox could not help but yell. "There's no use, he can't escape." Lin Xuanji shook his head with a grim expression. Right now, as long as Su Zimo makes a rash move, his spirit energy will definitely be loosened. The moment he reveals an opening, he will be killed by the Chaos Green Lotus. On the battlefield. Although the black tortoise phenomenon seemed as though it could disperse at any moment, Su Zimo's heart was calmer than anything else and his mind was completely clear. Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position on the shell of the black tortoise. He lowered his head and placed both palms on his knees facing upright. Has he given up on fighting? What can he do even if he doesn't give up? Who can defend against the Chaos Green Lotus? He can die without regrets being killed by the Chaos Green Lotus. In midair, Qian pointed to Su Zimo with a cold gaze. Die. The green lotus that floated in the ocean shook. Swoosh. A raging tide surged on the ocean surface accompanied by a soft explosion and surged forward. Instantly, it drowned the black tortoise along with Su Zimo entirely. Ah! The crowd gasped. It was over. The black tortoise phenomenon could not defend against the power of the Chaos Green Lotus and was engulfed instantly. Even Su Zimo sank to the bottom of the ocean and vanished without a trace. Little Fatty and the others stood rooted to the spot with widened eyes, unable to register what had just happened in their minds. Ha ha ha. Perfected Lord Han Yi reared his head in wild laughter. Good, good. Qian killed him, so all his treasures now belong to Chaos Essence sect. Roar. Demonic chi shrouded around Monkey as he reared his head and let out a deep roar. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at perfected Lord Hun Yi above the clouds, venting the endless fury and killing intent in his heart. Brother? Xiaoning's face was frightfully pale as she said with a trembling voice. Su Hong had already passed away. If Su Zimo died as well, it would be an unimaginable blow to Xiaoning. Don't worry, he isn't dead yet. Suddenly, Night Spirit's voice sounded. He was glaring at the depths of Chaos Ocean with a cool gaze, as though he had seen something. Lin Xuanji exclaimed softly as well. Although he could not see what was happening within Chaos Ocean, Diyin's expression did not relax after Su Zimo was engulfed by Chaos Ocean. Instead, he was looking grimmer. What happened? Could it be? Chapter 749, Third Phenomenon. Chapter 749, Third Phenomenon. In midair. Chaos Ocean churned still and stirred massive waves without any signs of letting up. However, Diyin's eyes no longer had a mocking look in them. He narrowed his gaze and glared at the depths of the ocean, as though he had spotted something. All of a sudden, in the depths of that dark ocean, streaks of red light could be faintly seen. They grew brighter and clearer as they tore through layers of chaos and the ocean surface. A brilliant glow was released that illuminated the entire ocean surface scarlet. Flames. Flames had appeared at the bottom of Chaos Ocean. Immediately after, a massive figure floated up from the depths of the ocean with a puffed chest and a bright gaze. It was the sacred beast, the black tortoise, that was devoured by Chaos Ocean earlier on. Ah! The black tortoise phenomenon did not get dispersed by Chaos Ocean. Where is Su Zimo? No idea, but that black tortoise phenomenon seems different from earlier on. Su Zimo's figure had vanished entirely. Instead, raring flames blazed on the shell of the black tortoise, massive and fiery. The flames were so immense that even Chaos Ocean could not extinguish them. All of a sudden, a bedazzling glow that intensified flashed from the right side of the skies. In that dark night, a blazing sun appeared and released a scorching heat. It illuminated the entire myriad phenomenon city like daylight. The skies on the left were still ink-black and silently cold. It was as though the skies had been split into two entirely different worlds. Day and night appeared at the same time. It was dark on the left side and bright on the right. Between the two worlds where darkness and light intersected, lightning flashed and thunder howled, releasing endless electric arcs that spread through the voids like spirit snakes. The appearance of day and night together released two distinct lusters of yin and yang that coincidentally converged on the shell of the black tortoise. Yin and yang were interweaving. The mysterious patterns on the black tortoise's shell seemed as though they were triggered and released streams of resplendent lights. Swoosh! A blaze surged. All the cultivators present, including the 17 nascent souls above the clouds, were watching the battlefield fixedly with bated breath. Extinguish! Di-Eend channeled his spirit energy and the green lotus swayed. Chaos Ocean howled as waves rose one after another to crash against the black tortoise. However, the black tortoise was unyielding and the flames did not extinguish. Perfected Lord Hun Yi frowned and asked deeply, "What are those flames? How are they not extinguished by Chaos Ocean?" Monk Yuan Kong mulled with a bright gaze. The flames seem as though they possess the aura of the Tao of Buddhism. Before his words were finished, Sanskrit sounded in midair. Someone was chanting sutras and prostrating to Buddha in that intense battle with a voice that resounded like a bell. It was loud and reverberated through one's ears. Every single word possessed a mysterious, noble power. The voids trembled. "That's Mister's voice." Little Fox broke out in tears with joy. She had been by Su Zimo's side for 20 years at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, coiled up in his ankles. She would often fall into slumber listening to Su Zimo's voice as he recited sutras. Little Fox could not be more familiar with those Sanskrit words. Su Zimo isn't dead. It seems like things are going to change once more. Cries of surprises came from the crowd. But, where is he? More than shock, the eyes of the 100,000 cultivators were filled with questions. Above the battlefield, the green lotus swayed and chaos ocean churned. The black tortoise stood steady in the ocean with its limbs as a flaming light burst into the air on its shell, but there was no trace of Su Zimo. The Sanskrit became louder as time passed. Right in front of everyone's eyes, a jade-like pristine green lotus grew from the blazing flames. It was flawless and shone with a pure glow. It's the world-cleansing green lotus again. Su Zimo has also comprehended the world-cleansing green lotus. Even without the reminder of the 17 nascent souls above the clouds, the 100,000 golden cores present recognized that phenomenon right away. Just then, the Sanskrit stopped. A calm voice sounded from the shell of the black tortoise. "Dean, sorry to disappoint you. I don't possess a double phenomenon." Many cultivators were agape. As they looked at the green lotus on the black tortoise's shell, everyone came to a realization. With that world-cleansing green lotus, Su Zimo had already cultivated 3 golden core phenomenons. No matter who it was, Dean or Su Zimo, that won the fight today, both of them had accomplished unprecedented attainments. Although Dean's expression was grim, he sneered still. "So what if you have 3 phenomenons? All 3 of them are trash. There's no way you can compete against my Chaos Green Lotus." Foo-foo. Su Zimo smiled lightly, not rebutting his words. His 3 phenomenons represented the Taoists of Immortal, Buddhism and Fiends. Furthermore, all of them were the top golden core phenomenons of their respective Taoists. In reality, back when Su Zimo left the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley, he had already cultivated the world-cleansing green lotus. Dean was able to realize that phenomenon after browsing through the mystic Dharmic Lotus Sutra for a month. How could Su Zimo possibly gain nothing after spending 20 years laying dormant? Initially, the divine turtle and soaring serpent phenomenons were irreconcilable with their fire and water natures and were in constant conflict. The reason why the 2 phenomenons were able to fuse to become the black tortoise phenomenon later on was because Su Zimo had cultivated Buddhism at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley and accomplished the world-cleansing green lotus. However, Su Zimo was unable to fuse the 3 phenomenons together. It was only after he ascended the myriad phenomenon peak that he obtained a true resolution. Su Zimo experienced the marks and auras of many ancient phenomenons on the myriad phenomenon peak. Those phenomenons were a representation of the ancient era, the most glorious civilization period of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Taoists. Although Su Zimo could not comprehend the thousands of ancient phenomenons, he could appreciate the intent of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Taoists behind them. The turtle and snake intertwined, fire and water fused while passive and activeness were harmonized. Day appeared with night, light stacked upon darkness and yin and yang intersected. When the multiple sources of power were used on the back of the black tortoise, the obscure and mysterious runes on its back were activated and the true power of the black tortoise was released. The existence of that power was the reason why the black tortoise was not drowned by Chaos Ocean. The flames on the back of its shell were left behind by the Siraka flower. That was a divine flame of the Buddhist Tao. Chaos Ocean was not able to extinguish it. The Siraka flower possessed the power of life. With the help of the Siraka flower, Su Zimo fused the world-cleansing green lotus into the black tortoise phenomenon perfectly and an eternal green lotus blossomed from the blazing flames. In fact, the green color of the lotus was purged away by the raging flames and dazzling streaks of golden light were gradually released. Within the terrifying flame ocean, an indestructible golden lotus was born and shone brilliantly. One after another, golden petals blossomed and gradually revealed a golden lotus seat within. A figure sat on the lotus seat with his palms clasped together. His head was lowered in a dignified manner and he was shrouded by an endless golden glow, resembling a Buddha that sat on the lotus seat with absolute authority. Everyone focused their attention. It was Su Zimo who had vanished earlier on. Within Chaos Ocean, the black tortoise broke out. Day and night appeared together and lightning flashed as thunder crackled. The sea of flames was massive and shone with a golden glow as the entire world shook. Chapter 750, Attack of a Perfected Lord. Chapter 750, Attack of a Perfected Lord. The black tortoise disregarded the raging tides and moved against the current with the golden lotus on its back. Day and night appeared together while lightning flashed as thunder crackled. The two heads of the turtle and serpent reared and roared into the skies, sweeping their divine might through the 9 heavens in a majestic manner. An intense clash broke out between the two great golden core phenomenons in midair. Bang! 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 Incomparably strong air currents darted wildly, causing the voids to quake, and scorching heat waves were released one after another from the center of the two great phenomenons. Pust! What a tremendous power! The nascent souls above the clouds were shocked. All of them felt threatened by the power released from the clash of the two great golden core phenomenons. Without hesitation, everyone retreated far away from the battlefield, afraid that they would be implicated. Perfected Lord Hun Yi, Monk Yuan Kong, Perfected Lord Tian Ming and the others were alarmed and furious. Their gazes were grim as they looked at one another. All of them could see the killing intent in the other's eyes. This lad must not survive. The power released by that golden core phenomenon was enough to kill them. Even if they were in Di Yin's position, they couldn't guarantee that they could defend against the golden core phenomenon and escape unscathed. That phenomenon combined the secrets of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Taoist and had even tapped into the power of heaven and earth. It was comparable to Dharmic power. It will never happen. Di Yin's blood qi surged and he channeled his golden core wildly such that even his expression turned menacing. He was the top of the previous phenomenon ranking. He was the number 1 perfected being. His attainments in his golden core phenomenon had already surpassed the human emperor. He was definitely going to leave his name in history and dominate over Tianhuang mainland. He must not lose here. A defeat would erase all his past glory instantly. His glory would be the stepping stone of this green-robed cultivator before him. The green lotus swayed and released streams of pure, flawless light, causing raging tides to surge forward one after another in Chaos Ocean. Boom! It was yet another deafening sound. Immediately after, a massive object tore through the waves and arrived at the front with the might of heaven and earth, slamming violently towards Di Yin. Swash! The chaos green lotus shone and stood in the black tortoise's path. Bang! The chaos green lotus collided against the black tortoise. The world changed. It was as though everything was frozen at that moment. Everything went silent. Although the green lotus remained intact, its glow dimmed completely without any greenness in it, as though it had withered. A series of cracks appeared on the black tortoise's body as it stopped for a moment before dispersing. On the surface, it seemed as though Di Yin had the advantage. However, his expression was extremely grim at the moment. That was because Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon was not completely destroyed yet. Although the black tortoise was gone, the golden lotus that was born in the blazing flames was still present. Break it! Su Zimo descended like a divine being and roared. He strode forward with the golden lotus in his hands and smashed it on the chaos green lotus before him. Boom! The two lotuses collided and bright Buddha lights filled the surroundings. The true form of the golden lotus was a world-cleansing green lotus. However, yin and yang intersected while lightning and thunder fused. Soaked in seawater and refined under raging flames, it evolved into an everlasting golden lotus. Gold was indestructible and eternal. It could last as long as heaven and earth and shared the brilliance of day and night. Crack! 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 The chaos green lotus cracked. Qian jerked and his eyes grew dim as blood drained from his face. The chaos green lotus was fused from two great phenomenons and was even able to threaten nascent souls. It was obvious how immense the burden of that toll on Qian's body was. Now that the chaos green lotus was shattered, the rebound of the power caused Qian severe injuries instantly. Qian fell over, coughing huge mouthfuls of blood. Ah! A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. Qian was defeated. Nobody expected that outcome from this earth-shaking battle. This was a battle that was filled with ups and downs. Both monster incarnates released countless methods, spirit arts and secret skills that were far beyond the realm of knowledge for golden cores. The golden core phenomenons released by the two of them at the end were so strong that even nascent souls had to keep their distance. Amitba. Monk Lu lamented, in the ancient era, there was the legend of the dragon horse accomplishing the river diagram. To think that we're actually witnessing the sight of a black tortoise destroying chaos today. The younger generation will definitely surpass us. None of the other nascent souls spoke. Some of them had not gotten over the clash between the two great golden core phenomenons earlier on, some of them were emotional while others shook their heads and sighed lightly. Some of them had bright gazes that flickered with uncontrollable killing intent. Perfected Lord Hun Yi and the others had grim expressions as they exchanged glances. That lad's spirit energy must have been used up after he released such a terrifying phenomenon and fought in such an intense battle. His golden core phenomenon is about to disperse soon. Everyone, the best chance to kill this lad is now. We can't wait any longer. That's right. Given his potential, things will only turn worse after he grows further. After killing him, I want the Purple Thunder Manual in his possession. That belongs to Zephyr Thunder Palace. I won't take any of the other treasures. I want the Divine Phoenix Bone. That's enough. We can discuss how to split the loot after killing him. Now isn't the time to be arguing about that. Their spirit consciousnesses shuttled as perfected Lord Han Yi and the others conversed in secret. Right then, Qian was falling after his chaos green lotus was shattered. Su Zimo wielded the golden lotus and continued his pursuit with a murderous intent. Perfected Lord Han Yi had a vicious gaze and suddenly struck. He could not wait any longer. Qian must not die. Even if he lost this battle, he was still an incomparable monster incarnate and the most talented cultivator of Chaos Essence sect. As long as Su Zimo was killed, Qian would remain as the #1 perfected being. Perfected Lord Hun Yi's glabella shone and his robes fluttered. Dermic power surged as a gigantic long sword was conjured in midair. It was extremely sharp and had a chilling intent. In the blink of an eye, the gigantic sword appeared above Su Zimo's head and thrust down viciously. The place fell into an uproar. That attack happened way too suddenly. Nobody expected a nascent soul to interfere in the battle. Furthermore, his attack came without any warning. It was more like an ambush. How dare you? Perfected Lord Yujun's expression changed starkly as he roared and struck instantly. However, his reaction was already a step slower. It's over. Lin Xuanji exclaimed internally when he saw that. Even bystanders could not react to it. How could Su Zimo, who was wholeheartedly focused on Qian in the battlefield, avoid that killing move? Furthermore, it was clear that Su Zimo's spirit energy was depleted and he was at his limits after his fight with Qian. A golden core was almost definitely doomed in an ambush by a nascent soul. Many cultivators could have already envisioned the image of Su Zimo's corpse. Right in front of countless gazes, Su Zimo, who was about to catch up to Qian, suddenly froze in his tracks as though he was possessed. In a flash, he twisted and propped the golden lotus in his hands above his head. Clang! The moment the golden lotus was lifted above his head, the gigantic sword descended and struck the golden lotus, causing sparks to fly along with the jarring sound of metal clashing. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.